I pray for better days. Working hard cause I want extra pay. Talk to them seeds, but you must demonstrate. Cause it's your ways that they gon' imitate. Non-violent. Sometimes I wish I would've went to college. Frown proudly. Cause where I'm from, they hate you when you smiling. Your faith should be your gun. You can't leave home without it. The children being grown, cause all the parents acting childish. You show them your reality, I bet they doubt it. You tell them all about your dreams, that's when they out it. Your own blood, ain't no family no more. They do you badly for show. You try to patch up your soul, Lord knows you on a mission to show him you so submissive. The prayer said in silence, you know the devil can hear him, pay attention. Know the war's within, how much time do you spend? Try to balance your zen, then again, losses is lessons. You tell me you trying to win, we know about saving money. You tell me you trying to spend that blood on it. Sweat, tears, you put that love on it. Your best years was just a dumb moment. You tired of going hungry, can't deal with fate making your life lonely. Your lack of faith that left your soul boning. But you gon' work and you gon' strive, do what it takes to survive. What is truth, what is a lie? You know that war's inside. Some get draped into the fake, they don't know what to decide. Wrong choice, meet your demise, keep that between you and I. You realize, some people you gon' let go, you visualize. The things you need to feed your soul is on the rise. They not gon' wanna let you go, but it's alright. It's cool to bury what's gon' grow. Went from wrong to the right and to the dark to the light. It was a hell of a fight. You give it all your might. Gotta hold on tight and you stay strong and precise. You fight the war that's inside, cause it might change your life. From wrong to the right and to the dark from the light. It was a hell of a fight. You give it all your might. You just hold on tight and you stay strong and precise. You fight the war that's inside, cause it might change your life. I ain't the person that I used to be. So what I do today ain't things that you used to see. Stay the same, no, things change usually. Some folk I may know might get reintroduced to me. Yeah, I ain't the person that I used to be. So what I do today ain't things that you used to see. Stay the same, no, things change usually. Some folk I may know might get reintroduced to me.
Don't be stressing on the dumb shit, cause God is gonna make a way. Just keep going and keep your faith, so you can win this race. This race called life, yeah, yeah. This race called life. This race called life, yeah, yeah. Race called life. Yeah, 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 yeah. I'm grinding cause I know that I'm gon' get it. I just gotta have vision, keep faith and be humble, and have some patience with it. I've been A1 since day one, and always on my job. I never been a fake, never had to steal and rob, cause I do good business, I'm too good with it. And even though I'm on this road, I'm still daddy to my children. You know I do good with them, and don't like being missing. But I hate when my bills are thicker and my pockets get thinner. But I can't stress up on the dumb shit, cause God is gonna make a way. I keep going and keep my faith in my pace, so I can win this race. Win this race called life. This race called life. I'm just trying to win this race called life. This race called life. This race called life, yeah. Race called life. I'm just trying to win this race called life, yeah. Yeah, yeah. I keep on running in this race called life, yeah. Yeah, yeah. I race called life. This race called life. Girl, I just gotta win this race called life. This race called life. Just gotta win this race called life.
This is not a conversation. This is not a discussion. This is a war of ideas. Welcome to Coliseum of Arguments, presented by Titans Debate League. Two minds enter. One leads with intellectual dominance. In one corner, Shasad, the Hebrew scholar, armed with scripture, history, and a fire from the ancient text. In the opposing corner, humble mystic, the naturalist, challenging tradition, questioning everything, bringing raw, unfiltered logic to the battlefield. The question, was the Canaanite god El and the biblical god Yahweh the same? Faith, history, mythology collide. No ducking, no dodging, no mercy. Just pure intellectual combat. Who's got the facts? Who's got the pressure? Who's gonna break under the spotlight? You decide. Where beliefs are tested and only the strongest arguments survive. Pull up or get left behind.
Yes, yes. We are live. Mic check. Can you hear me, Isan?
Absolutely, bro.
How you feeling today?
Beautiful, beautiful. What about you, brother?
I'm feeling amazing. I see you fresh with the polo, man. You stay polo down, man.
Yeah, that's my thing.
That's just
Yeah, I've been rocking polo since early mid '80s. Seriously.
closet full of polo, man. It don't come
Yeah.
cheap, man.
Trust me, you got that right.
Well, welcome back. This is Coliseum of Arguments presented by Titans Debate League. We are here tonight with Isan's recap of his open panel with Elder Yarah and the Titan Hebrews. He's coming back to go over some of the key points, challenge Yarah's perspective, and remind you guys of some stuff that you may not remember about. You want to get into it, Isan?
Yes, sir. But before I do that, of course, you know I have to always give all praises due to I, who is my teacher, my guide, my all. I is the spirit that guides the universe. That will be the only name that will be called when all this is said and done. There'll be no more God. There'll be no more Yahweh, no more Allah, no more Jehovah. All of these demiurge, demigods, gods, all of them, Baal, Malak, all of them must leave. All of these names must leave. And the spirits that they are must go to. So, what we're going through at this time, what you're witnessing in the world today, is a changing of the guard. All of this has to happen. You know, it is sad. I was speaking with my wife and she was getting really upset because of the children in the other countries dying and things of that nature. And I have to explain to her and to all that can hear my voice, this is part of the plan. It's nothing that any of us can do. This is already preordained. But there is one passage I told my wife that you have to steer to, that the Creator said. He knows that, you know, it'll be a lot of murder going on in the world. But he said, just know not one soul will be lost. So when you know that, that is powerful. So, you know, just wanted to say that for the way the world is going right now. But one thing you must always know, when you're female and you're having a baby, females know this better than anyone that has had a child. When you're in that third trimester and you're about to have that baby, that is the greatest pain you're going to have because you're bringing forth new life. So what we're experiencing is the greatest pain ever on earth because we're bringing forth a new world. So there's going to be a new Genesis that will never end. All right.
That's good.
Um, yes, sir. As far as my conversation with the brother Elder Yarah, and I think he had about three other brothers on there that was speaking with him. They made a lot of statements about stuff, and they were saying, "Well, he's not sourcing." And I have to remember that because a lot of this stuff I have in my head, and I'm able to just speak about it because I've been studying for so long. So what I did was I went back and I put some stuff together. What I would suggest, because I'm not going to go back and do timestamps today. I just want to read through it because it's about 13 pages. And I would like everybody that didn't see the first interview go back and see it. Um, it is really long. It's like 9 hours. I was on there up until about the seventh hour, and then the brothers went 2 hours after that. If you would go back at your spare time, you can go back and you can see the things that I'm bringing up. It's so long. That's why I didn't want to do it that way because it's too much. But I'll talk about some things and kind of reiterate what they were saying. All right. So one of the first things we were talking about, one of the brothers kept hollering about the birthright, the birthright. And throughout the conversation, we were letting him know we agreed that he sold the birthright. But technically, you can't really sell the birthright from a spiritual standpoint, but from a physical standpoint or a material standpoint, as far as law, you can. So I'll start reading this and I'll interject different things. Bro, I'm going to share the screen so people can see it too. Can you see that, bro? All right. So let's go. When someone sold their birthright 4,000 years ago, they weren't just selling their spot in the family, they were trading their specific thing. They were trading three specific things: the double portion, under, and what A and E is ancient Near East. That's what A and E means. Under A and E law, later codified in Deuteronomy 21:17, the firstborn received twice the amount of property land as the other brothers. Selling the birthright meant giving up the extra land. Family leadership is another thing. The eldest son became the patriarch or CEO of the clan upon the father's death. He was responsible for the welfare of the widows and unmarried sisters. Here's the most important one: spiritual status. In Hebrew culture, the birthright also carried the covenant blessing, the promise that the Messiah would come through that specific lineage. This is what they are truly after, but you cannot change the order of the seed. Notice how Rebekah was involved in the birthright portion of the story between Jacob and Esau, and we will cite the source. And what I mean by notice about that, she was not there for the blessing, but she wasn't there for the birthright. She didn't care about the statement of the birthright. She was going through the blessing, and that's what I'll cite later. All right, the creator versus the contract. In the worldview of the ancient Near East people, distinguished between physical birthright and legal inheritance. The inherent truth is the order of the birthright is an act of the creator. Man cannot change who came out of the womb first. In some traditions, if the elder twin wishes to step down, there may be a symbolic ceremony to pass the leadership or family luck to the younger twin. Notice what you have to do here. This is how you do this. It's not where two people meet on the side and he buys a birthright. This is what was done during that time. All right, the legal transfer. While man couldn't change the past, who was born first, ancient law allowed them to trade the future, who gets the land and the title. The ethics of the brink of death. In modern law, a contract signed under extreme duress, like the threat of death or starvation, is often considered void. If someone holds a loaf of bread over a dying man and demands his house in exchange, most will call that exploitation, not a fair trade. Esau's logic. I am about to die. What use is my birthright to a corpse. This is the ultimate pragmatic argument. Life is the prerequisite for all of the other blessings. Jacob's move. He waited for the moment of maximum vulnerability to make a demand that had nothing to do with hunger at a stand, which I've said this a zillion times. If you look at what they're saying here, here's Jacob waiting until something happened to his brother. And here's Esau saying, what is my birth good to me if I'm not alive? So he made a educated decision to save his life first and then fight for that birthright later. The peer perspective, humanitarian duty. In the A&E culture, hospitality was a sacred law. If your brother, your own twin, staggers in from the field starving, the moral thing to do is feed him first, no questions asked. I've said this to many Hebrew Israelites and also some Christians that I've mainly spoken with this, but I mainly speak this about Hebrew Israelites. But it's a moral obligation at this point in time. All right, the separated negotiation. If Jacob truly wanted the birthright, the ethical time to negotiate would be when both brothers were fed, rested, and sitting at a table as equals. Not when one is faint. The Hebrew word ayepe suggests total exhaustion or collapse. So they're telling you in the story, he was about to collapse, about to die. If Jacob really wanted that birthright, he should have fed his brother and then approached him. But he didn't do that. He did the deceptive thing. He did the worst thing you could do to your brother is turn your back on your brother for his birthright and then withhold the food. At this time, we all know, per the statement, that Esau was not even able to fight for the food. The only thing he needed was that nourishment. So he was at wit's end at this point in time. The life is more important argument. This is what I was just talking about. The principle called Pikachu, Nephish, in later Jewish law, the idea that preserving a life takes precedence over almost any other commandment or ritual. Hebrew Israelites hear that well. The preservation of life takes control over almost any other commandment or ritual. As Esau said, what good is his life if he's dead? What good is the birthright? So by choosing to stew, Esau chose life in the immediate sense. The tragedy of the story is that the culture at that time and the text itself frames this as despising birthright. It is a forced choice for survival. So it wasn't a despising of birthright. I'm so tired of you guys saying that. You can see it right here. It is called a forced choice for survival. And every one of you would have did the exact same thing. I would love any Hebrew Israelite, any Christian come up and say that they wouldn't have did what Esau did. I challenge any of you. The verdict on the sale. If this went to the modern courts, unconscionability, the terms were so one-sided, a bowl of beans for a massive estate, that a judge would likely throw it out. Duress, which I always argue this, Esau was not in the state of mind to make a life-altering legal decision. The real question then becomes, was Jacob's purchase valid because the words were spoken, or was it moral failure because he exploited his brother's physical need? Here's a law in A&A, or Hammurabi, the protection of weak from the strong. The most famous source, since they wanted sources, is the Code of Hammurabi in 1715. It is the prelude to Hammurabi explicitly states his purpose was to make justice visible in the land, to destroy the wicked person and the evildoer, that the strong might not injure the weak. Now, most will say, well, this came after that. Although this law came many years after, this was also the state of mind when you're being honest and truthful well before this. All right. If a transaction was clearly exploited, like trading a massive inheritance for a single meal, ancient judges had the authority to look at the equity of the situation. While they valued the oath, the spoken word, they also valued the social order, which was threatened when families were stripped of their land for penance. Then you have the debt forgiveness and clean slate ethics. About 4,000 years ago, kings in Mesopotamia, like those of the old Babylonian period, frequently issued andoranums and misharam edicts. These were clean slate laws. The law, if someone sold their land and even their family member into slavery because of famine or crushing debt, the king would periodically declare these slaves void and return properly to their original owner. The source of the etiquette of Ami Sataqua in 1646 BCE is a primary source for this. It is essentially says if a person has given a document for sale because of a debt, the document is voided and the land is returned to the owner. Application. This shows that the culture recognized that sales made during this time, times of survival, were not truly free choice. How a judge would handle Esau versus Jacob. If you took the case to an A&E gate where the trials were held, the swear to me factor, Jacob was clever. He demanded a formal oath, Genesis 25:33 in ancient law. On oath made, the name of a deity was terrifyingly binding, even if the deal was bad. The brother's keepers factor. However, the judge would also look at Deuteronomy 25:5-10 and similar earlier Hittite Assyrian laws regarding family obligation. Jacob's refusal to feed his brother without a payment would have been seen as a violation of the law of hospitality, which was a foundation, unwritten law of the time. Summary. There was no duress clause, section A, but there was a royal etiquette to counsel famine sales, divine mandates for the kings to protect the weak from the strong, hospitality codes that made Jacob's behavior legally and socially foul. Why it would be considered invalid, the spirit of justice. A judge looking at the Code of Hammurabi in the Hittite law might have ruled invalid for these reasons. Unconscionability. The disparity between a bowl of lentils and massive family estate is so vast that it suggests a predatory environment. The duty of the kin, A&E law, which was back during that time, put a heavy emphasis on the goel, which is the redeemer, or the duty of the family member to protect one another's inheritance. Jacob's actions violated the fundamental social contract of the family. So, although we looked at it in the Hammurabi, we also see it here back in the A&E, which is during the Mesopotamia time and during the time that they would have been on the earth. So it's covered from both angles. The Mishram edicts. As mentioned before, if a king issued a justice decree like an edict of Ami Sataqua, any sales, land, or birthright made during a time of famine or extreme poverty was automatically canceled and the property returned to the original owner. The three layers of authority. To understand divine will, it helps to see how it competes with other forms of truth in ancient and modern thought. Natural will, the body, Esau's hunger, the immediate physical need to survive. Human will, the law, Jacob's contract, the attempt to use logic, language, and legal systems to control the future. Then you have the divine will over human choice. A major debate in philosophy is whether divine will is absolute or adaptive. Absolute divine will, predestination. This view suggests that the Creator's plan is fixed. If divine will for the younger brother to lead, it would happen regardless of Jacob's schemes. In the light, Jacob buying the birthright was a sign of weak faith. He tried to help the God of Rebekah perform a task that was claimed to be already decided. Adaptive divine will, co-creation. This view would suggest that the Creator had a goal but allowed humans to use their free will to get there. In this version, Jacob's choices altered the divine will, steering the consequences toward a specific historical outcome. It was that free will of Jacob that formed the nation of Israel. Now, when you know what free will is against the will of the creator. This is why we have a Satan or Shaitan or devil, because it chose free will and lost obedience. That is the same thing when you see with Adam and Eve. They chose free will over following the will of the creator. So when you see that, you become what is called a co-creation, and you're in opposition of the actual true creator. All right. The unchangeable aspect. In many traditions, divine will is seen as sovereign. It cannot be overruled by a human judge or a king. That is so powerful. It's sovereign. So whatever the creator had already put in place, and this is what if you go to 6 hours and 50 minutes, this is when pretty much the conversation with the brother Elder Yarah was over, and he didn't understand what was being said to him. And everybody was like, yo, you just killed yourself because you're agreeing with what was being said. And what I was explaining to him after he read the verse, I believe it was Genesis 22, maybe 17. I can't think right now. But the verse said that it was only from the house of Abraham that this covenant would be done. Well, I asked him, was Rebecca from the house of Abraham? And he emphatically said, no, she's not. So if Rebecca is not from the house of Abraham, then that kills everything that she tried to do. And unfortunately, but fortunately, it also takes and it kills everything through the Bible as far as the lineage of Jacob and who is claimed to be the Messiah. And this is why we have not reached that point yet, because of what she did. It has put people off the course. And my job is to come back and bring you back on course so you can see the truth and not the lie. And we'll dig into that a little later. And anyone that is a Hebrew Israelite, a Christian, a Muslim that believes that, step up. I'll be glad to deal with you on all of this. All right. Why Jacob wanted the blessing. In the Near Eastern culture, the blessing was the spoken recognition of divine will. Jacob realized that his legal purchase was just a piece of paper or a memory of an oath. He needed the blessing because that was seen as the moment the father, as representative of the creator, channeled divine will onto the son. Jacob, who is much like his mother, envious of Esau, firstborn's rights, and formed a unbeknownst to each other. Jacob wanted the birthright and Rebekah wanted the blessing, the power of the Messiah. This is what this is really. It's not about land. I'm explaining to you, this has nothing to do with land. They want to claim that the Messiah would come through that bloodline and it would come through the seed. I've said this a zillion times, and I want you to really listen to what I'm saying to you, because I'm never going to leave this subject until the people wake up to the truth. When you go to Abraham, when you go to Jesus being born, they take the father, the physical father, out of the scene. They do not show you a man there. So if they don't show you a man there, then therefore it can't be from the house of Abraham, because there's no seed handed down. Now, I'll tell you this, I haven't brought this out yet, and some people may know about this. Some say Jesus's father was a Roman soldier. And I do have that information. I already have the presentation set up. I just haven't discussed it yet, but since this was a segue for me to do it, one day I'll bring that out. And this is why when Joseph spoke on putting her away, it said that he didn't know she was pregnant, but then found out she was pregnant, and he knew it wasn't his through speaking with this so-called angel. I don't know if that angel was a person. I don't know what that was at this point in time, but he knew that she was pregnant, and he knew it wasn't hers. Per this, what I'm reading, I can't say it's 1,000% true, but it is definitely a good conversational piece to build on. All right. Jacob came to understand that his legal purchase amounted to merely to a document or an affirmed promise. He required the blessing because it was regarded as the moment when the father, acting as a representative of the creator, would invoke the divine will upon the son. But Jacob and his mother, both Rebekah, who shared the desire of Esau's birthright, independently orchestrated to obtain what they sought. While Jacob was determined to secure the birthright, Rebekah was focused on obtaining the blessing, which was believed to counter the authority associated with the Messiah. I actually put that in there twice. Sorry about that. The tensions. If the birthright is a gift from the Creator, then Jacob's attempt to buy it was human error, and his attempt to steal the blessing was human deception. Yet the divine will ultimately use those messy human actions to fulfill a larger purpose: the shift of the do to steal. Isaac's blessing to Jacob focused on the earth, the fatness of the land, and the dew of heaven and the grain. In contrast, Esau's blessing focused on force, the consequences. Now, this is when we started talking about the blessings and the sword and what the sword meant, and what why I was telling them that Esau's blessing was from above, and Jacob's blessing was merely a blessing from beneath, and he was considered pretty much an agriculturalist, and he was to take care of the land. And that's why I also told them that their God, who is Yahweh, was considered a desert God who dealt in water, in rain, and dealing with crops, which you'll see here. But I just wanted to let you know that this was another part of the conversation when we had the dialogue, me and the brother Yarah. So I'm answering this part of it now. The consequences of losing, the meaning. When Esau lost the blessing of the land, the birthright that provided economic security, his means of survival shifted dramatically. No longer was Esau able to rely on the natural abundance of the soil to sustain himself. Instead, he was forced to take what he needed, relying on strict determination rather than inherent prosperity. This is someone much like us as Black people here in America. I'll read that again. Instead, he was forced to take what he needed, relying on strength and determination rather than inherited prosperity. Because we lost our inheritance, it made us more determined. It made us rely on our inner strength, the spirit. So we are more like Esau than we are to Jacob. Pay attention to the world today. When you look at these people who call themselves Jews, they may not be bloodline Jews, but they act like Rebekah and Laban. They're deceitful, and Jacob. They're deceitful, they're liars, they're cheaters, they're thieves. So they feel comfortable saying they're Israelites because they carry the spirit of what Israelites were and what they did. Now, I thought about this when I was taking my shower before I came down here. And one of the things that was so deep is that Jacob is also Black people too. It's just not these Caucasian people. But because they were such a weak people, these people infiltrated them and took of theirs, just like it happened to us over here. 400 years later, our stuff, we were stolen and then brought to a land not of our own. They're not talking about Jacob. And I also will bring this up. Now, that's something different, but I'm going to show you in the Bible how the Israelites who is Jacob's people already went through their time. They never did 400 years. So that passage has nothing to do with this, but I don't want to get too far ahead of myself. Let's go here. I'm going to try to stick to the script because there's so much stuff in my head I want to say. This ideal is a call to action. My brother and sisters, listen carefully. You will have to take what is needed by truth. The message urges people to reject deception and return falsehood, particularly those perpetuated by those in power. It references the history of colonization, stating that those who came to America brought both smallpox and their religious beliefs, imposing them upon native populations. I hear these lame debates that Christianity was not forced upon enslaved Africans. I do need to stop here because I've been watching these debates and I need to bring this out, and it kind of coincides with what I'm talking about. So I want to bring this out. Although me and the brother didn't talk about this, but this has been on my head because I was watching some shows, and I just thought it was crazy that they tried to say that we have brothers and sisters out here saying that Christianity was not placed and forced on our people. So let me go forward. The foundation points to historical figures such as King Henry V and his ships like the Trinity Royal, Jesus of Lubeck, and the Holy Ghost, and Grace Dior, which played all roles in transatlantic slave trades and carried the religious names. Look at all of these names. You got Jesus of Lubeck, you got Trinity, you got the Holy Ghost, you got Grace Dior. All names dealing in Christianity. The argument continues that the religious identity of the slave masters was shaped by Anglicanism and a blend of Roman Catholicism and Protestantism, derived from the Church of England. How do you deny the slave master forcing his ideology on slaves' backs? You would have to have overseen the gun line today. You go by Christian apologists. So basically what I'm saying there, I probably was tired when I was writing that part. Basically what I'm saying there is you have people like Christian apologists who are more like on the gun line. I don't know if you ever seen the story called Life, and whenever Eddie Murphy and Martin or anybody was going to leave, they had one black guy with a gun and he ran the gun line. He's trying to keep them from being free. So when I see people like Hebrew Israelites, I see people like Christian apologists, people who keeps pushing this doctrine that is not good for us, trying to make you stay there. I see them as people with a word like a gun line to keep trying to push you back into this slavery. And I can't stand it, and I have to stand against it. All right, I'll go back right here. It says, how do you deny the slave master forcing his ideology on the slaves? Back when you would have been seen as the gun line today, you go by Christian apologists. According to the records, the slave master made an enslaved people listen to what he and the missionaries taught it verbally first. So again, although you weren't reading, you were being taught first verbally. So that is the first. Let me just read this stuff because this is so much. While some wise individuals met in secret to seek the truth, the majority, both then and now, remain conformists, following mainstream Christianity, Hebrew Israelite traditions. Either you're going to be conformists and continue in these sacrilegious teachings, or be revolutionaries like Nat Turner, who actively resisted because the true change requires turning away from the status quo. And what I do need to say this on this. When they first started teaching Christianity, there were no books. These people would call missionaries, and they would have the slave masters, and they would tell them Christianity. Now, there were some people that came with Christianity, but not the same Christianity they were teaching, obviously. But this is what they were forcing on the people. This is what I mean by being forced. So when people say that it wasn't forced and it wasn't the white man's Christianity, you can't deny the fact that you were being taught Christianity, or people were being taught Christianity verbal first. Then the books came. So therefore, you could never deny that. Could never deny it because they couldn't read. So the first thing they did is they understood the speech. The lifestyle. Okay, now I'm back to where I was, but at that point, I just needed to get that off because it was talking about something there I wanted to get in. All right, back to what I was speaking about with Jacob. The lifestyle. The sword represents a trend, and this is when me and the brother were talking about the sword. The sword represents a transition from a settled agriculture life to a predatory or nomadic life. He would become a warrior, a hunter, a conqueror to sustain himself. So this is when Esau was given the sword. They were trying to say that the sword was used to kill people. No, the sword was, yes, one as a hunter, but he didn't need a sword because he carried a quiver and a bow. But it made him a warrior. It made him a conqueror to sustain himself. So he was one that built his land and protected his people. He wasn't out fighting and trying to take people. He was protecting. That's the type of warrior he is. Now, here's another part of what the sword means as a restless independence. The sword is just a weapon in the text. It is a symbol of struggle against subjugation. This is the deep part. Pay attention. Isaac continues, and this is Isaac continuing to bless Esau. Genesis 27:40. And by the sword shalt thou live, and shalt thou serve thy brother, and it shall come to pass when thou shalt have the dominion, that thou shalt break his yoke from off thy neck. The meaning, the sword is a tool Esau will use to eventually gain his freedom. While the legal birthright made him servant to Jacob, the sword gave him the physical power to refuse the service. The paradox. It is the blessing of grit. Isaac is telling him, you will be a fighter, and through that fighting, you will eventually find your own sovereignty. Listen to what this is talking to us as a people. This is who we are. We're fighters. We just got to be wiser. We just got to give back. See how I talked about breaking from his oppressor, who would have been Jacob. In this case, Jacob is considered the white man, considered the oppressor to us, and their ways. And anyone, it can be a black person, anyone, it can be an Asian person, anyone that wants you to be stuck in these ways, this government, these type of things. We have to break away from. We have to get away from their foods, their ideologies, their alcohol, their drinks, their smoke, their drugs. We have to get rid of all of this. Now, here's the one where I was explaining what the sword meant as far as spiritually. The Hebrew word cherub, sword. The Hebrew word for cherub comes from the root word meaning to be waste or to be desolate. This is a linguistic irony here. Because Esau sold the birthright, the settled sacred heritage, he was given the cherub, the tool of the wilderness. This is us. We're in the wilderness of North America. And the sword is the spirit. This is why we're such spiritual people. We're very spiritual people. Although we're not all on one collective and understand the true creator and who the true creator is, one thing I will never deny from anybody I talk to or deal with is that spirit is in them. They just are misdirected spirits. My position and my purpose is to guide them back to the correct spirit through truth. The spirit of truth is all we're dealing with. In the ancient Near East, A&E throughout thought that the sword was the divider. It divides life from death. And in this case, it divided two brothers' destinies forever. And this is our issue here. See, it's the sword, it's a divider. Much like when Moses came, Moses divided people. When he divided the seas, he was really dividing two different people. And that's how they became their own nation over in Israel. So they separated from us. So they literally divided themselves. This is why when Jesus said that he came to the house of Israel, he was looking for the lost sheep. He didn't say he was looking for lost Israelites. He's looking for my brothers and sisters that I'm speaking to today that is lost in the house of Israel's lies. And that's what I'm trying to get you to understand, to pull you out of that house of lies. Because you see what's going on over in Israel. You see who is in control over Israel. You see all of these people over here talking about their Israelites, and that's supposed to be their promised land, but not one of them is over there trying to change the situation. So they really not as Israelite as they say they are, because if that's their land and they're so powerful as a people, Christians, Hebrews, why don't all of y'all get together, go over there and change this? If you believe that, if you claim that to be your land, if you claim to be the true Israelites, what are we waiting for? If you already have it. See, I understand the position and why myself is not moving is because all of this must go first. And then it's time to move, but we have to let this happen. All right. In the spiritual sense, the sword is one of the most dualistic symbols in human history. It represents both power to destroy and power to distinguish truth from lies. Now, who got the sword? Esau got the sword. What is the ability with Esau? It is to destroy and the power to distinguish truth from lies. This is why myself, coming from the side of Esau, I'm able to see these lies and to distinguish them and to challenge any and every last one of them. And none of them have an answer for the truth. When Isaac tells Esau he will live by the sword, it marks a profound shift in his spiritual path. It moves him from the life of inheritance, receiving what is given, to a life of conquest, carving out what is needed. The sword as discernment, separation. In almost all spiritual traditions, the sword represents the ability to cut through illusions. The spiritual function, a sword divides, it separates the wheat from the chaff, the soul from the spirit, and the truth from the lie. If Esau's life, the sword was a tool that finally separated his destiny from Jacob. It allowed him to stop being the brother who lost and start being the man who built his own kingdom, Edom. This is us. This is what we have to do. We have to build our own. All right. But we can't build it on someone else's lie. It will not work. That is what you call building something on sand. There's no true foundation there. It will fall. The sword as a personal agency. While the birthright was a gift from the Creator, passive, the sword is also a tool of the hand, active. The shift. Spirituality, the sword represents human will. The meaning for Esau, living by the sword, meant he has no longer bound by the divine will that had been funneled through his father's blessing. He became the master of his survival. It is the passage of life for those who must survive in the wilderness rather than the garden. This is I have to read this again. This is very powerful because this is a transformation of who we are and being able to think for ourselves and not listening to everyone. The shift. Spirituality. Sword represents human will. The meaning for Esau, living by the sword, meant he was no longer bound by the divine will that had been funneled through his father's blessing. He became the master of his own survival. It is the passage of life for those who must survive in the wilderness rather than the garden. He's living with the Creator within himself at this point. He's just like us, trying to figure this out in the wilderness, trying to come out, but we're always calling on the Creator, asking from within ourselves, how do I do this? How do we make it? Think about our grandmothers or grandfathers or great grandmothers or mothers or dads. They, how they made something out of nothing. And this is what we're doing now. And it's even more, it's worse now because of economic standards as far as how much everything costs. You can go to a grocery store now, you get 4 bags of groceries, you're spending close to $200 to $225. That is unheard of. So they're trying to put us in a conundrum and stop us from thinking and making it. So they're trying to make us give up. But just stay strong because the end is near and it's our time. But you got to be on the right side of the truth. That's the key. You can't be involved with the lie. The double-edged nature. The Bible in the ancient text often describes the word of God as a double-edged sword, Hebrews 4:12. One edge is the judgment, the loss of the birthright. The other edge is the mercy, the ability to break the yoke. See, first it was the birthright that he lost, but then, as I've told a lot of people, there was a contingent there that Isaac put in there saying, but you will have the ability to break your brother's yoke, meaning you will come back to who you are. And that's the same thing with us. When it talks about after our 400 years is up, we will come back to our rightful self, and then we will grow in a good old age as our forefathers. Our forefathers died 600, 700, 800, 900 years old. That's what we're going back to. That's what this is changing to. I know it may sound far-fetched, but if you don't have any faith, in this, because there's things in the Bible I believe, there's things I don't believe in the Bible or don't believe that is true, but I do believe that we were meant to be up to 1,000 years old, not beyond. I do believe that. And I believe we're going back to that. And I believe we're the first generation that will start getting older in time, because we're going to change our diets and everything. And one day I'll have a discussion on that. The synthesis. Isaac's blessing suggests that while Esau temporarily lost the spiritual headship of the family, he gained a physical sovereignty that could not be taken away by a contract. The sword versus the yoke. The most powerful spiritual moment in the blessing is the promise that Esau will break the yoke from his neck. The yoke represents the legal and spiritual debt or the servitude created by the sale of his birthright. The sword represents the power to sever the debt, the deep meaning. Spiritually, the sword is the great leveler. It suggests that even if a person is legally or traditionally lower than the other, they possess an inherent power to liberate themselves through the strength of restlessness. Listen to what it says. We're tired. I know we're tired. We're tired. We're tired people. We're no longer going to be tired as a sad people. We're tired as a people of taking what is being handed down to us. It is going to be a great awakening. I promise you it's here, and it's coming much sooner than you think. The act of bowing, reversing the hierarchy. In the original blessing, Genesis 27:29, Isaac told Jacob, be Lord over your brothers, and may your mother's son bow down to you. The reversal. When they finally meet in Genesis 33:3, Jacob bows to the ground 7 times before Esau. The legal meaning. In ancient Near Eastern A&E diplomacy, bowing 7 times was the standard protocol for a vassal, a servant, approaching a superior, a lord, by bowing. Jacob publicly and physically undid the blessing. He showed that he was not Esau's lord. Rather, he treated Esau as the head of the family. The returning, the blessing, the gift. Jacob insists that Esau accepts a massive gift of livestock, saying, please accept this blessing, barakah, that was brought to you. Genesis 33:11. The word choice Jacob specifically uses was the word barakah, blessing. In this context, it isn't just a gift, it is restitution. The legal meaning. He is effectively saying, I took the material wealth that belonged to the firstborn, and I am physically handing it back to you. By Esau finally accepting this debt was settled. Jacob descending blessing. So right here it shows you that everything happened was returned back to Esau. He's back in his rightful place. But why are we still going through this? Why are people still saying that that Jacob was the owner of the covenant? That was the lie. When they brought this Bible out, when they started following the line of Jacob, they changed the narrative and they kept going. It tells you right here that he bowed back. Esau came back into position. He didn't use the word gift. He used the word blessing, Nane. This is what I talked about with these brothers that were on there, and they all said, "Give me something where you're sourcing it." I'm giving you all the sources. There should be no denying any of this. All of this you can look up yourself if you need to. Jacob's descendant.
Everybody, do
Jacob's
me a
descendant.
favor as well. If you're watching right now, please share the live. Share the live with a friend. Appreciate you. Back to you,
Yes, sir.
Isan.
I was just reading someone said incorrect, Esau has to die. Jacob has to die also. So I don't understand your point when you say we all have to die. What sense does that make? Why does that say incorrect? You know that this is the mindset. If that brother or sister, whoever it is, when this is over, I'd love to hear what you mean. He has to die. All right. So when Isaac blesses Jacob, thinking he is Esau, he focuses on the horizontal world, the world of agriculture, rain, and storage. This is for you. Pay attention. The content: may God give you the heavens dew and the earth's riches and abundance of the grain and new wine. Genesis 27:28. The spiritual meaning: this is a blessing of stewardship. Jacob is being tasked with managing the fields. You Hebrew Israelites who say the Gentiles will be your slave, it is you who is cursed. You who are cursed, your own sleeves with your own. Hold on, how did I write that there? Hold on. It is you who is cursed, your own slave. I'm not sure. I could have been tired. I guess you'll be your own slaves with your own words. Then it says, corn and wine represents the settled life of the farmer or a king who must maintain economy. The burden. The blessing comes from a yoke. To have the corn and the wine, you must plow the fields, build the barns, and protect the borders. It is a blessing of responsibility. That's what you have to take care of the field. They made us the slaves. So if you want to say we became likened to Israelites, that's how they tried to make us Israelites when they brought us over here and they tried to make us Israelites. Because technically, if we would have stayed the side of Esau, we would have never been Israelites. And I'll talk on a talking point that I know some of you are probably saying who Esau married, but Esau had one particular side of his family that I'm specifically speaking of, and I definitely will bring that up later. And if someone wants to talk about it, please remind me. And it's about Esau and Mathala. So if you want to know about that, we can bring that up and I'll talk about that later. Esau's ascending blessing, the sovereign. When Isaac blesses Esau, he uses almost the same words, but in a way that suggests a displacement from the earth, forcing his eyes upwards. So let me just read the content. Your dwelling will be away from the earth's richness and away from the dew of heaven above. Genesis 27:39. The spiritual meaning: by being away from the managed fields, Esau is forced into a direct relationship with the Creator and his own strength. He does not have that safety net of the wine cellar or grain silo. Excuse me. I think I got like 5 more pages, if I'm not mistaken. All right, the sword versus the plow. While Jacob is busy managing, Esau is living his blessing from above in the sense that his survival depends on the elements and his ability to master them. This explains why in Genesis 33, Jacob is so eager to give corn and wine, the physical wealth, back to Esau. Jacob's realization, he realized that the descending blessing of management was a heavy burden. He had to deal with Laban, with his son's troubles, with his constant fear and being attacked. Esau's state, when they met, Esau arrives with 400 men. He doesn't need Jacob's grain. He already has the power of the sword, the freedom, and the wilderness. He has already achieved the status of prince without having to manage the house of Isaac. who truly held the throne. An ancient Near Eastern mind said the one who bows is the servant, and the one who receives the tributes is the king. By bowing 7 times, Jacob publicly resigned the throne of the house. By giving the blessing, the livestock wealth back to Esau, Jacob admitted that the physical inheritance belonged to the firstborn. In the ancient Near East A&E context, the gods were usually specialists. You had a god for the sun, a god for the sea, and a god for, importantly, a god for rain, agriculture, and storage. Now watch this. This is why I tell them that they have a community God. And this is why this is the God of Jacob. The rivalry, Yahweh versus Baal. When the Hebrews entered Canaan, the local people worshiped Baal. Baal's title, the rider of the clouds. He was the god of the storm, the one who brought the rain to make the corn and wine grow, because Baal was also their god. The conflict, much of the biblical narrative, especially the story of Elijah, is a legal and spiritual battle over who actually controlled the storage of the heavens. The proclamation in Deuteronomy 28:12, Yahweh explicitly states his claim. Listen to what he says. He said, the Lord will open the heavens, his good storehouse, to send rain on your land in the season and bless all the work of your hands. This is Yahweh talking. This is who your demiurge God is. This is a lesser God. The God of Jacob is not the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Esau, and Ishmael. It is not. Yahweh, the owner of the storehouse, while Baal was seen as a force of nature that had to be bridled with rituals, Yahweh presented himself as a sovereign administrator. The rain in the Hebrew worldview, rain wasn't a biological cycle. It was a key held by the God. If the people followed the covenant, he would open the windows of heaven. If not, he shut them. The agriculture, Jacob's blessing, the corn and wine were physically evidence of this relationship. Look at what it's telling you. The storage, the concept of the storehouse, the Atstar, the Otasar, is used frequently. Yahweh is described as storing up the wind, storing up the wind, the snow, and the classical chambers. Sorry about that. Excuse me. How this connects to Jacob and Esau. Jacob blessing by perceiving the dew of the heaven and plenty of grain and wine. Jacob was being placed under the agricultural providence of Yahweh. He was tied to the land, the season, and the storehouse. He became a manager of Yahweh's earthly estate. Esau's blessing, by being away from the richness, Esau was effectively released from the specific managerial covenant. He didn't have to worry about the storage because his life was governed by the sword, a more direct, raw form of the sovereignty that depended on managed reign of a farm. Distinction. Hold on 1 second for me. Sorry about that. I didn't want to cough in your ear anymore. Yahweh is not just the God of rain and agriculture like the local nature spirit. He is the God who uses rain and agriculture as a tool of governance. Yahweh took the attributes of the agricultural God to show the Israelites that they did not need to look anywhere else for their survival. But for someone like Esau, who lived by the sword, his connection to the Creator was through strength and movement, not through storage of the field. Esau came from the fact that a manager is always vulnerable to a manager is always vulnerable to a sovereign with a sword. And this is what we're sovereign people. We're not managed people. We got to get back to our sovereignty, get back to who we are as a people. And it shows you that when you have your sword, you won't be vulnerable. The managers, the people of this house that believe in this house, which is considered the house of Israel in America, if you're stuck in this house, then you're considered a manager. So this is why when you have, like I had brothers that was on the show at that time, and they were in opposition of the brothers from the Hebrew Israelites, much like myself, even though we're not on the same page about everything, but they weren't being managed. They had the sovereign mindset that they weren't going to be locked into this lie, and they kept challenging the lie. Even at the end of the show, one of the guys was like, man, y'all kept us on offense. Y'all wouldn't let us talk. And then the brother said, brother, that was y'all against brother Ison by himself. All we did was agree with what the brother was saying. And that's how the guy thought that they were talking and bringing the narrative. And the whole time it was myself against like 3 or 4 of them. And he said that they felt like they was being jumped. And he was telling him, no, we were just there listening and agreeing with the brother because he was telling truth. And that's the spirit. When you got 3, 4 people going against you and you're dealing with all 3 or 4 of them by yourself, and another brothers is just bearing witness to us, and they thought they were being joked. That's when I say all praise is due to I, because it's not myself, it's the spirit that comes through myself. And these are the questions that they said you're not showing any type of sources. So this is why I had to come back and show this source. And I asked you to go back and watch again on the brother's show, Brother A1 show, that this happened about a week ago. It's a very powerful show. It went 9 hours. You know, when you have time, watch what you can watch. All right, Deuteronomy 28:68, and the Lord shall bring thee into Egypt. Okay, this is a part. So I'm finished with them. Now I want to talk about something that the Hebrew Israelites have been using on our brothers and sisters to try to bring them in, because I've watched a couple of their videos, more than a couple, but one of their main speaking points is Deuteronomy 28:68. This is how they get you. They'll say, did you know this? And I'm just going to read this out to you, and I'm going to show you where they're not telling you the truth. And you're not that people they're talking about, because all this stuff has already been done. And I'm using the Bible to prove it. So any Hebrew Israelite wants to challenge this, come on up, because you're going to be challenging the Bible. You're not going to be challenging myself. Deuteronomy 28:68. And the Lord shall bring thee into Egypt again. Look at the first, before I go any further. Look where it says we'll bring you back into Egypt again. We've never been in bondage before this time. So for the scripture to say into Egypt again, meaning you have to be brought into Egypt a second time. Well, if it's talking about us, we've been in servitude for people 400 plus years. So you're saying we're going to go out, then go back in slavery? Never that. So that's why you got to pay attention to these words. It tells you right there, it's not talking about us, because it used the word again. With ships, and they try to say the ships was what they used. And then they try to say that we would have been the people that went down into Egypt as Israelites, and then Moses saved them and brought them out. If Moses saved you and brought you out as an Israelite, you've already had your Exodus. Where do you get 2 Exodus at? You wouldn't get 2 Exodus in this situation of 400 years. And there's no history anywhere that you've ever been in servitude for 400 years. I believe at tops it was 285 years, because you weren't taken into servitude. You walked down into Egypt. We were pulled, those of us, because everyone's not from the East. So we were put on ships and then brought over here. Some were already here. So the ones that were put on ships and brought over here, that was the first time. So there's no second time. We weren't put on ships, sent back to Africa, and then grabbed again. That would mean again. So that just kills your theory. And I'm going to show you how much it kills it even more once I show you how the Israelites that are talked about in that time period happened twice. Because you wanted sources, so I'm giving you all the sources you want. I'll start it over. Deuteronomy 28:68, and the Lord shall bring thee into Egypt again with ships. by way whereof I spake unto thee, thou shalt see it no more again, and thou shalt be sold unto your enemies for bondmen and bondwomen, and no man shall buy you. Here's another thing. They said, this is you, because we look so bad as a people, because how we've fallen so much. Nobody wanted to buy us. All of this stuff is in the Bible that they neglect. They're lying and they're hiding stuff from you. Watch what this does. And the Lord shall bring thee into Egypt again with ships, by the way of whereof, I double copied that. Oh, no, okay. That thou shalt, I wanted that. I'm sorry, I meant to do it because I wanted to read twice, but I did already. But anyway, and thou shalt bring thee into Egypt again with ships, by the way whereof I spake unto thee, thou shalt see it no more again, and they shall be sold unto your enemies for the bondmen and bondwomen, no man shall buy you. Historical context. There are two primary ways this verse is viewed today. Romans era 70 AD. Many historians and Bible scholars point to the Roman destruction of Jerusalem. The historian Josephus recorded that after the war, thousands of Jews captive over the age of 17 were sent in chains to work in the Egyptian mines, often transported by ship. This is what it's talking about when you said you'll go back into captivity again, and you will go by ship, and you will go back into Egypt. This is what it is. This is what it's talking about. Hebrew Israelites perspective. This verse is a cornerstone for those who believe that the transatlantic slave trade was the literal fulfillment of this prophecy, identifying that Egypt mentioned as a metaphor of America, a new land of bondage, and the ships and the slaves used during the Middle Passage. The historical record. In his work, The Jewish War, Book 6, Chapter 9, Section 2, Josephus describes what a Roman did with the Jewish survivors after the destruction of Jerusalem in 70 AD. Because the soldiers were now quite tired with killing men, Fronto, a Roman official, slew all those that had been seditious and robbers, but of the young men he chose out of the tallest and the most beautiful, he reserved them for the triumph. As for the rest of the multitude that were above 17 years old, he put them in bonds and sent them to the Egyptian mines. The transport, while Josephus does not use the word ships in every single sentence, the standard method of transporting large groups of prisoners from Judea to Egypt during the Roman Empire was by sea across the Mediterranean. This is why many scholars and readers link this event directly with the ships mentioned in Deuteronomy. The mines. The captives were sent to work in the state-owned mines in Egypt, which is notoriously brutal for a form of living death. The no buyer clause. Josephus also notes that so many Jews were sold into slavery at this time that the price of slaves plummeted, and eventually there were no more people willing to buy them, matching the end of the verse, and no man shall buy you. This is all what they're talking about. It's not about us. This already happened. So y'all can kill all of that. Here it is, and it shows you. Biblical prophecy, destination Egypt. Historical prophecy, Egypt mines. Method, ships, Roman transport ship. Results, sold slaves, sold into slavery, forced labor. Market status, no man shall buy you. Here it is over here. Market glutted prisoners became worthless. So this all was fulfilled in 70 AD. This Deuteronomy 28:68. So y'all can get that out your head that it's talking about us over here. I do believe you asked me to cite sources. I'm citing sources. This is what you wanted. This is what you're getting. Merchant and military ships. The Romans used the Mediterranean sea routes. Captives were loaded onto ships to port of Caesarea, the main Roman port in Judea, and sailed south to the port of Egypt, such as Alexandria. In chains and bonds, the historian Josephus specifically notes that the above 17 years old were put into bonds and chains before being sent. Crowded conditions. Because there were so many captives, Josephus estimates 97 total across the war. The ships were packed. This is often highlighted as a direct contrast to the original Exodus, where the Israelites were walked out of the Egypt across the dry land and highland. Deuteronomy 28:16. We've already read that, the timeline. Let's go here. Okay, the primary period of the specific servitude occurred in the wake of two major Jewish-Roman wars. Start 70 AD. This was the year the Roman general Titus destroyed Jerusalem and the Second Temple. Josephus records that after the city fell, the Romans selected all captives above 17 years old, put them in chains, and sent them to the Egyptian. Let's go here. Expansion, 115 to 117 AD. During the Kittim War, the Second Jewish-Roman War, there were massive Jewish uprisings within Egypt itself, specifically Alexandria. The Romans' response led to further enslavement and the destruction of much of the Jewish population there. End year 135 AD. This marks the end of the Bar Kokhba revolt, the third and final Jewish war. The Emperor Hadrian defeated the Jewish rebels and sold the survivors into slavery on such a massive scale that the slave market in Egypt and Gaza, look what they talk about, and Gaza, doing this, we're talking about this today, the Gaza Strait. All of this stuff is happening now, not the selling, but the area, because it's going to be an end to this lie. This is all, unfortunately, it's going to end. And look, they're talking to Gaza way back then. We're glutted, excuse me. It was the point that the prophecy, no man shall buy you, was most literally fulfilled, as the price of Jewish slaves fell below the price of horse feed. The servitude in the mines was not fixed term like a 10-year sentence for those sent to Egyptian mines, specifically the gold of porphyry mines in the eastern desert. It was generally a life sentence. Many people, particularly within the Black Hebrew Israelite community, argue that the traditional Israelites, those in the Middle East, never fulfilled this specific prophecy. They point to several key factors. The 400 timeline. They argue that the Israelites in the Bible were only in slavery in Egypt for a portion of their 430 years, roughly between 80 to 210 years, depending on the calculations. So they never fulfilled that. Therefore, they believe the 400 years continuous affliction must refer to a different group, meaning us over here. It's not talking about Israelites. The method of arrival, as we discussed, Deuteronomy 28:68 says they would go into slavery by ships. The identity, they conclude that the Africans brought to the Americas via the transatlantic slave trade are the true seed of Abraham. They point to survive the arrival of the first enslaved African in 1619 and note that this period leading up to the 21st century is the 400 plus years that fits the Genesis 15:23 prophecy. And that is the end of it.
Whew. Let me get some water. Shoot.
They said they wanted sources.
I need some water. I wasn't even talking. Hold up. I'll be right back. Go ahead. Get at them, y'all. Y'all got the floor. Josiah, Gideon, peace to y'all. Hold on. Before actually y'all jump in, let me go ahead and let you get a bite of what we got coming tomorrow. Make sure you're there, 7 p.m.
This is not a conversation. This is not a discussion. This is a war of ideas. Welcome to Coliseum of Arguments, presented by Titans Debate League. Two minds enter. One leads with intellectual dominance. In one corner, Josiah, the Hebrew scholar, armed with scripture, history, and a fire from the ancient text. In the opposing corner, humble mystic, the naturalist, challenging tradition, questioning everything, bringing raw, unfiltered logic to the battlefield. The question, was the Canaanite god El and the biblical god Yahweh the same? Faith, history, mythology collide. No ducking, no dodging, no mercy. Just pure intellectual combat. Who's got the facts? Who's got the pressure? Who's gonna break under the spotlight? You decide. Where beliefs are tested and only the strongest arguments survive. Pull up or get left behind. Who has it? Who controls it? And who does the Bible give it to? Welcome to the Coliseum of Arguments presented by Titans Debate League. This is not for the weak-minded. This is not for the easily offended. This is a battle for truth. In one corner, it's a queen, bold, unapologetic, challenging the system, arguing that the Bible strips power from women. In the opposing corner, Gideon Israel, firm, disciplined, standing on scripture, defending the Bible as order, structure, and divine design. The question, does the Bible take power from women? Belief versus resistance, tradition versus challenge, scripture versus interpretation. No dodging, no soft takes, just raw intellectual combat. Who stands strong and who gets exposed? Step into the arena and witness it live. Coliseum of Arguments, only the brave speak here. Are you not entertained?
Yeah, it's going down. I didn't know you was debating tomorrow, Kassad. I'm definitely gonna check that out, man, for sure. But peace to y'all, brothers, man. Shalom, shalom. All praises to the Most High. In the name of Yahshua HaMashiach. Yeah, man, no doubt, man. Again, I son, man. You had the gumption to put it together a presentation and put it forward to the people. But what I'm saying is, like you're not this is what I'm saying. You're not establishing no foundation that is true. Meaning you're going to the Bible, and then when certain parts conflict with what you're saying, you say the Bible is lying in that part. But you don't have an older text or even any text to show the truth. The truth is coming from you. So that's very problematic for people who really don't believe what other people say. You got to show it to them. So in one part you said the God of Jacob, and correct me if I'm wrong, and let me know how you said it. You said the God of Jacob is not the God of Abraham and Isaac, correct? How did you say that?
Yeah, you're right. What I said the God of Abraham, Isaac, Esau, and Ishmael is not the same God as the God of Jacob. Jacob's God is from the house of Nahor. If you go to Genesis 31, I believe it's 68, it tells you about the two different gods.
Right. See, and that's what I'm saying. This the whole problem with what you're doing. So you're saying that the God of Jacob is not the God of Abraham and Isaac, but we clearly see in Genesis 28 that it explicitly says, Jacob, I'm here to bless you, the God of Abraham and Isaac. So now what you're going to say is that the Bible is lying right there. So that's very problematic. Like nothing you can say can be believed. Like when such a big contradiction exists with what you're saying.
Sure. Can I ask you a quick question there?
Of course.
What was this God of Abraham and Isaac speaking to Jacob about?
That doesn't matter. It doesn't even matter.
Hold on. One second.
No, listen to what I'm saying. The point. I'm saying the point is.
Hold on, brother.
That has nothing to do with the point.
Hold on. 1 second. Hold on. You made a statement.
That has nothing to do with the point.
Hold on, brother Josiah. You made a statement. You said this God was saying it was the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. And I asked you, what is the statement that the God was speaking to speaking to Jacob about? What is the action there? Because what I'm explaining to you is that I don't think you get is you must look at the action after what this one is saying. If this is the creator and not a God, because see the difference between myself and you guys, you believe God is the creator, and I see that the creator.
No, I'm saying I believe the God of Abraham is the God of Jacob. See, now you're trying to deviate into some other stuff. Just stick to the point, my brother.
Exactly.
You said
Exactly. Deal with what he just said in the exact text that he gave you. No, you did not. Address that.
Okay, read the script. Do me a favor. Why don't you read the scripture you're referring to?
Gideon, read it again, brother.
Read the scripture so we can hear it.
Let me read it for you, bro. Let me pull it up, bro. Because all you're gonna do now, you're gonna invalidate that part of the Bible and say it's not real.
Let me say this. Let me say this to you so you'll understand. Jacob is from the house of Abraham also. I'm not disputing that. And I'm not disputing that the creator of Abraham cannot talk to Jacob. I'm not disputing that. What I'm saying is when you bring Yahweh in the scene, he is not the God of Isaac and Abraham, Esau, and Ishmael. He is only.
Wait, what? Wait, explain that again, bro. Because
don't let him explain that again.
Yeah, but he's
not letting me.
He
brother, he's not letting.
He's
not letting me do anything. Look, he's asking me a question.
He making it up.
So Genesis 28.
Go ahead. Sir.
In what is it? Genesis 28 in verse specifically verse. So
can we put it up on the screen? Can we put that on the screen, brother?
Verse 13, specifically verse 13.
Can we put that
Genesis
on the screen
specifically? Yeah, I got you. Here, I'll share my screen because I'm honestly, this is ridiculous.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Everybody face as if God didn't just say He was the God of Abraham and Isaac to Jacob. Stop playing with us, man. Like you playing with
Nobody's
us.
Playing with you. You're actually following a different guy and don't know it. But go ahead and put it on the screen for us.
Hey, look, we finna get this scripture. I'm gonna go ahead, let you respond or whatever, because we know you finna make something up. I'm gonna let Gideon finish.
What I'm gonna do until you read it.
I'm gonna let Gideon finish, and then I'm finna cook you real quick. I'm gonna just be honest. So okay. I got the screen. Go, brother. A1. Shalom, Gideon. Shalom.
I mean, you're the one talking that
way.
Okay, go ahead, bro.
Show us what you want to say. It says Genesis 28:3, and behold, the Lord stood above it and said, I am the Lord, God of Abraham thy father, and the God of Isaac.
Okay.
The land whereon thou liest, to thee will I give it into thy seed. So stop playing.
Slow down.
Stop playing. It literally just told Jacob he is the God of his father Abraham and Isaac, which you said he's not. Go ahead.
Listen to me. And this is what I also say. I said, what is the context of what is being said? So it talks about the land that was given to Abraham and Isaac. I would agree that is from the house of Abraham. What I'm saying to you is when you go further out into the story and the God of Isaac, and the God of Jacob is not the God Abraham and Isaac, going off the actions. When you see all of this that's going on, that is not the same creator. You guys don't understand that there is a different God trying to cross.
But that's coming out your head, bro. You're not showing us nothing where this is written down. The very Bible that you're using is contradicting you, bro. So only a person who wants to just follow another man wholeheartedly and follow whatever come out their brain, them the only type of people that's gonna listen to you, bro. No type of person that has any type of dissemination or any type of comprehensive cognitive abilities, bro, you're down bad, bro.
I'm not down bad, but riddle me this: does Rebecca and Abraham and Isaac have the same God? Yes or no? We'll wait. Don't get quiet. Either one of you can answer it.
What does the Bible say, bro?
The Bible says no. That's okay. What the Bible
says. So what's your point?
So therefore, in Jacob's life, there is two gods running there. And you have to discern which one is being used at that time. Again, this is why you guys call yourself Hebrew Israelites. Okay,
but none of this is in the Bible. But none of this is in the Bible, though.
What are you talking about? None of it's in the Bible. Hold on.
None of that what you said is in the Bible.
Oh, well, let's see. Let's see. You saying that there's not a different God in the Bible?
There's many different false gods in the Bible. Which one had you thinking it was something more than what it was?
I'm gonna show you which one. It don't have me thinking anything. I'm gonna show you what it is.
And please don't bring up the one that Rachel stole.
No. Hold on. Give me 1 second. Share my screen. Share.
Right, you do know Abraham's brothers were pagans, right? You do know that, right?
That's who you part of. That's what I'm trying to explain to you. And he didn't have brothers.
You got to be stopped, bro. You crazy.
Listen, he didn't have. Listen, bro, I'm trying to help you out. He didn't have brothers. His brother Haran died. So the only one was there was Abraham and Nahor. Nahor is the father of Rebekah. You do know that, right? You are aware of that, right? Before I go any further.
Show us what you about to show us.
Hold on. I'm asking you a question. Are you aware that Rebekah's grandfather is Nahor? Are you aware that Rebekah's grandson is Laban, who is Rebekah's brother?
Rebekah comes from Abraham's family. I would have to see what specifically, but go ahead.
Okay. All right. So here.
Get in. Don't let him drag this out, man. Don't let him drag this out.
That's what he's doing, bro. That's what he's doing, bro. And I'm slick side letting him, bro, because he's just trying to find somewhere to land, bro.
It's the reason I did not answer his question. And I'm finna tell you,
you know why? You didn't answer. It's not over because watch this. Genesis, where we at? Genesis 31:48. I'll read it. Laban said, "This heap is a witness between you and me today. That is why it's called Galed. It was also called Mitzvah, because he said, may the Lord keep watch between you and me when we are away from each other. If you mistreat my daughters, or if you take any wives besides my daughters, even though no one is with us, remember that the God is the witness between us." Laban
that God or that God? Go ahead, because I want you to finish so Kasai can go. Go ahead.
That God. Then it says 51. Laban also said to Jacob, "Here is this heap, and here is this pillar I have set up between you and me. This heap is a witness, and the pillar is a witness that I will not go past this heap to your side to harm you, and that you will not go past this heap and pillar to my side to harm me. May the God of Abraham and the God of Nahor." You see the two different gods there? So therefore, Abraham, who is the father of Isaac and Ishmael, he has a different God than the God of Nahor, who is the father of Bethel, who is the son of Nahor, but the father of Rebekah and Laban. So they have their own separate God. And then what he tried to do is, because they're polytheists, then he says to Jacob, let the God of their fathers judge between us. Because if it was going to be that way, his father's father was also polytheist, believed in multiple gods. So this is why you guys see when they took idol worshiping, that all came from the house of Laban, Rebekah, Bethel, and also Nahor. Now look what he says when he gets down here. So Jacob took the oath in the name of the fear of his father Isaac. He offered a sacrifice there in the hill country and invited his relatives to a meal. So right now he went into a contract. Both gods are in a contract together. He chose his father, and chose his, but they're together. They have a contract. So he entered the oath with them, but he came under the name of his father. And then the girls who are from Laban they're under their father's contract. Listen to what he says. Then he says, and so after the meal they've eaten, he said, early the next morning, Laban kissed his grandchildren and his daughters and blessed them, and then left and returned home. Now, there is another, in different books, it'll say that he lets Jacob know that all of these are mine. He said, these are my daughters, my children, my everything. So he took claim of everything. But it's not in, I don't know which one. It might, I don't know if I'm in the new, let me get to, I'm sorry, let me get to your
Is you done or is you finished? Like, how long?
You're done. You're done. I'm not dragging. I'm just showing you stuff. You can go ahead and jump in. What do you?
It's called a stay of execution.
Respond to that. I'm just trying to see what you got to say about that,
bro. What you keep asking and keep talking has nothing to do, for one, with the context, and two, you keep making stuff up. Now let's. I just
read from the Bible. Hold on, wait. I just read from the Bible. How's something being made up? I just read from the Bible. I made the Bible up.
Stop.
Right.
Stop.
Go ahead, bro.
When you gonna pass the mic? Is you passing or no?
The floor is yours.
Thank you. All right, so that means you shouldn't be interrupting. So let me actually cook him real fast, because he don't even know what a source is. Can you share the screen, sir? A1.
Hold on, let me come down for you.
So yeah, this is what you call actually sources. Well, you know, where there's actually citations and, you know, quote from actual scholars, and this is actual scholars' work. See, this is actually what you call a source, right? I got more for you. See, this is actually what you call here. Oh man, I stopped sharing.
What did it say? What was the source?
Hold on. No. Stop. We let you ramble because you ain't sitting up here talking about you show the source and you ain't show the only time you ever showed us. You ain't even show the source with Josephus. You showed us something that you probably typed up AI.
Right, that's the only source.
The only reference to an actual source you gave was Josephus. That's the only reference you actually gave to a source. This stuff right here is what I'm showing is actual sources. You make
what is it saying?
No.
Explain to us what it's saying, brother. We want to know what you're showing. I can't see what that is. So what is it?
Okay.
You're just showing pictures and what's this pictograph?
No. So
all right, explain what you're trying to show that has context. We're discussing. I don't know what that is.
I'm showing that you don't know how to show a source. That's what I'm showing. You up here talking about you showing sources. You don't know how to show sources. So this is actually from a scholar's article. This is a response to another scholar. This is his response. He brings up, he's debunking a date that the scholar give to on an artifact. He actually has the artifact, the drawing out of the artifact. He actually quotes the scholars. He tells you what it says. He tells you how it's supposed to be read. This is actual what you call scholarship. There's citations. There's actual work here. What you show and what you did was not scholarship and was not sources. Tell me the scholar in which you quoted from. I'll wait. Exactly. So
I'll let you finish. I'm gonna show you something.
So no, and I asked you a simple question. What was the name of the scholars that you quoted from?
You mean Josephus?
The scholars. That's you quoted Josephus, and you didn't even show us Josephus' text.
What do you mean I did? What's? Oh, you mean I showed the actual text of Josephus?
You didn't pull up Josephus' work. I can pull up Josephus' work.
I can pull it. I can go in there and get it. It's going to be there.
You didn't even quote. You didn't even give us a page number off the book. Like, what are you talking about?
I did.
You don't even know how scholarship.
Page number up. So it was a chapter 6. It was chapter 6 something that it was said. What do you mean?
Okay, the scholars. Give me the scholars. You've been up here for how long?
I'm gonna show you how you cook. I'm gonna show you how you cook.
You're not gonna show me nothing. I asked you a simple question. You've been up here for an hour and how long?
Go ahead.
The scholars. Give me some names of the scholars you quoted from.
Listen, you do your part, I'll do mine. Go ahead.
Exactly. So this is what I mean. This is what I mean. If you ask me what's the scholars I'm quoting from, I'll tell you. Hey man, I can go to Kenneth Kitchen, David Rowe, Egyptologists. I can go to these actually quotes. I actually buy these books. I actually buy these articles and stuff. You're playing up here with these people talking about you're bringing sources. And see, this was really, really boils me. I don't care if you want to get up here and lie. You're not going to get up here and lie on the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. So you said that it don't say that these are the same God. Once again, it says right here, we're going to give you another text because you didn't go into the text. You made some stuff up. It says in Exodus 3 and 6, it says, Moreover, he said, I am the God of thy father, the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, and the God of Jacob. He didn't say I'm the God of Abraham and the God of Isaac. And then let me play this audio real quick because he don't know who I am, A1. He don't know me. He don't know who I am.
Look, I know who you are. You see Satan.
You're a pseudo. Listen to him. Listen to him.
I know who you are. Isaac. You don't know who you are.
Esau and Ishmael. He is.
Please don't talk over your audio.
Go ahead, bro.
He is not the God of Isaac and Abraham, Esau, and Ishmael. He is only.
Wait, what? Wait.
And that's exactly why Gideon cut you off and said, "Wait, what?" Because you adding stuff into the question that you think we not catching. You adding Esau, Ishmael, just like you think we didn't add, like we didn't hear you add Rebecca and stuff. Like you not
right.
You think you cold, bro. You sitting up here playing with the people making stuff up. We know the God of Esau is not the God of Jacob. What are you talking about?
Hold up. You know what now? Say that again. You know what? You know the God of Esau is not the God of Jacob?
Did it ever say he's the God of Esau? He's the God of
so
Abraham,
then therefore, hold on. So then therefore, go ahead. Finish your point. Finish your point.
We heard.
Ain't no cook there. Finish your point.
Hold on. Listen to him one more time.
Watch how you
listen to him one more time.
So easy.
In the scene, he is not the God of Isaac and Abraham, Esau, and Ishmael. He is only.
He adding all these other people into the God. What are you talking about? Show me the text where he says, he told, you know what he told Abraham? He said, get that little nigga and get him out of here. He said, yeah, to Ishmael.
He said, what did he say to
God told to Abraham, hey, man, get that little nigga and his
I don't want you to run
here.
too far. We'll deal with that later, but I want you to finish showing me. I want you to finish showing me about all these scholars.
He told Abraham, get Ishmael and his mama the F up out of here, man. Send that little nigga up the road.
Yeah. He did, yeah.
This is my last question to see if you actually answer a question. Let's see if you actually answer a question.
You ain't answering, but give me.
There's only one nation that's prophesied to be eliminated. There's only one nation. Who's that nation?
You said to be eliminated?
Who's that nation?
I don't know of any nation being eliminated. I know you guys think. I'll answer the next aspect. You guys think because you're so-called God.
You didn't answer my question.
I'm answering the question, brother.
Hold on,
bro. Watch this. You know how you told me? No. I'm telling
you. I need the name. What nation?
There is no nation. There. Listen, I'm answering it.
Exactly. You don't know the Bible. You got it.
Your answer. Thank you. Let me finish. So the God of Abraham, there is none, because the God of Abraham didn't hate Esau. It was the God of Jacob that hated Esau, who is Yahweh, who you claim that they will eliminate and destroy in Obadiah, the house of Edom. So was that what you're referring to? That I don't know? Is that what you're talking about? Yeah.
See how he just made some stuff
up? Yeah, he's done.
I made it up
again.
Didn't they say it would be ruined to rubble?
He just tried to say that the God of Jacob wasn't the God of Abraham again. You think we're not listening to you?
No, I'm saying that, and I want you to listen. Pay attention.
You making it up?
I'm not making it up. But anyway, let me show you. Now, hold up. You gave it over. I'm gonna show you this.
What does Exodus 3 and 6 say?
I just told you that is your God, Yahweh. Did Abraham and Isaac know the name Yahweh? Yes or no?
Yes, indeed.
Show me, because he tells Isaac. That's how I know you don't know your own Bible. He tells Jacob. This is what Yahweh says to Jacob. He says, your fathers did not know me by this name. It's in your Bible. Go find it.
Hey, share my screen.
Go find it.
He don't know I actually can read.
Show me where Abraham Abraham and Isaac knew who Yahweh was when they spoke to Yahweh. Show it.
All right, son, but stay in one place, bro, because basically, bro, you getting fired on right now.
Let him go, because I'm about to light him up. Easy work. Real easy work.
Hey, one.
Look, even your man said, yeah. Hey,
I'm talking about you, bro. Like you, like the sparring partner, bro. He's like, bro, you all over the place, bro. Like
I ain't all over the place.
My screen sharing, right? So the Hebrew text is on the screen. This is Greek down here. This is Greek. Hey, can you read what this is?
Hebrew text in is Greek. Boy, what are you talking about?
That's because I don't need the Hebrew translation. What does this say? Right here on the screen.
Bro, I can't read that stuff. What are you talking about?
Oh my! So he just asked me show where it says that Abraham knew the name of the Lord. He can't even read the text.
Right.
I didn't say the name. I said
shows that he's not familiar with it.
What are you talking
are you
about?
saying? Hold on. Are
what
you
are
guys
talking
saying
about?
Hold on. Are y'all saying you speak Hebrew?
Do you want?
Are you for real, bro?
I asked you one quick
the
question.
Text?
Hold up. I'm asking you one quick question.
Can you read the text?
I'm gonna ask you one more time. Do you speak Hebrew? Yes or no?
You're not gonna ask me a question. Can you
right
read
though? Because you know I'll bust you up with these lies you make it. You don't.
I can't read Hebrew. Okay, that's
do
great.
Do you
great.
speak
I can't
Hebrew?
read Hebrew.
Do you speak Hebrew?
Listen. As
read.
I read the Hebrew tongue to you. Because guess what?
Zoom in a little bit.
He said,
because we can't see that. We can't see that.
Zoom in a little bit.
I'm trying to explain to him. There we go. That's better. There you go.
But
so
see,
I'm trying to explain to you.
A1, when I zoom in like that, I can't see. You gotta remember, I'm on a laptop. When I zoom in that
we didn't know that, brother, but that's what we're trying. So there's a discrepancy
so y'all gotta
there.
Just zoom in. Y'all just gotta zoom in.
Well, it's on our screens. We can't zoom in, brother. But go ahead, make your point. While you're reading Hebrew.
Yeah, I can zoom in on my phone.
What is
I'm
the
not
first,
on my phone.
I mean, it's good for me. I'm on the 70-inch for real, so y'all good.
Yeah, I'm on a big 40-inch too, so we good. It's my laptop. Brother, read it. This is your job, not mine.
But you making claims.
You bring in this.
It says YLMR. It means and he said. That's literally what it means.
And he said what? Said what?
How you gonna ask me questions while I'm literally reading you the text? I'm literally reading you what it said. I'm literally telling you what it said. Shut up.
I want to see where it says Yahweh too. Show me Yahweh.
Yeah, because this is how I know you can't read Hebrew. It literally says YLMR, which literally means and he spoke and he said. Abram. This is literally Abraham. Abram. See, the action in Hebrew comes before the person, right? So it literally is telling you Abraham spoke. And this is why you will see it reversed in the English translation, right? It says this is used as a preposition to Allah. It says Malak, which means king. Saddam, which is Sodom. Ha Rayamathia. I have raised, right? I have lifted up. Yadya, my hand. Allah, which is as a preposition again, which is to. Yahweh, YHWH. Yahweh, the Lord. That's what's translated as the Lord. I have lifted up my. This literally is what he's telling you. It literally says, and Abraham spoke to the king of Sodom. I have lifted up my hand to the Lord. Then you try to talk this polyism stuff. I'm gonna murder a humble in my debate tomorrow. Don't worry about that. It says Allah Yawan, God Most High, Qurna, possessor, owner, possessor, Shemayim, Waratazah. Come on, bro. You can't. You done.
You done or you finished? Because you finished. Are you done? I'm about to punch you in the head right now. All right, get out the way, man. Get out the way. Get out the way. You
now show what word I messed up on. Show me a word I messed up on.
I don't care about what you was talking about. It didn't make any sense. I'm going to show you this, bro. I'm going to show you this. Hey, want to share my screen for me? Because I clearly asked him, did Yahweh speak to did Abraham and Isaac know the name Yahweh? He said, yeah, and you're gonna bring up the word Lord. But in Exodus 6:2-3, God states that he appeared to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob as the God Almighty El Shaddai, but did not reveal himself by the name of Yahweh, the Lord, to them. Boy, be quiet. You sound crazy. Now, let me get to this other thing I wanted to bust you in the head with, because you don't know what you're talking about. Now, watch this one. You sitting there with
Is you going to address Genesis 14 and 22, where he literally says the name of the Lord? Hold
on. Lord ain't a name, it's a title.
Nigga,
no, what you talking about? God. Lord is not a name, boy. Now, share this one now, because he keep talking about these sources. So this is what Jesus said. Can you pull this up for me? It's there. Can you share it? You there, everyone? There you go. Can you share that over there for me? All right. Matthew 11:25. And that time Jesus answered, said, thank you, Father, Lord of heaven and earth, because thou hast hid these things from the wise and the prudent and has revealed this unto them, unto the babes. See, you think you're learning from wise and prudent individuals, but all of the truth was hidden. So when you come up here showing me this nonsense that you showing me, you don't know what you showing me thinking it's true. Jesus even said to people that he was thankful for the creator from hiding it from these so-called scholars that's sitting here lying to you, that you're running around here carrying books of lies. You don't
So,
know.
Isan, let me get this straight. So the liar started in Genesis and continued all. So the liar, the one you call in the demiurge, he started lying in Genesis and he made it all the way to the Gospels.
Made it all the way to the end until Revelations. Revelations in the end is when things will be revealed, okay, through Revelations. So now this is what we're going through right now. That's why it says come out of her. How's it go? Do not partake into her lies, I believe it says, and she's going to be condemned. This is referring, people think it's talking about America, in a sense it is, but it's also talking about Rebecca. I believe one of you were on here when I was speaking to Yarah, and I showed him that Rebecca had nothing to do with the house of Abraham's covenant. So she can't change
what
the
does
covenant.
she have? She don't have nothing. The covenant wasn't made with Rebecca, my brother.
Right, but then Rebecca can't get involved in it if it wasn't with her. This is what y'all stand on, Rebecca. You're following Rebecca. I don't know why I'm sitting here wasting my time talking to y'all, because for some reason y'all got earmuffs on and you can't hear nothing.
No, because what we're doing is,
to the house, watch this. If Rebecca comes to the house of Abraham and the covenant is with the house of Abraham, how does Rebecca get authority over the house of Abraham when the God of Abraham said it was between you, me, and Isaac? How does she get involved? That's who you follow. That's who you claim.
You keep making stuff up, bro. What the
fuck? Yeah, he just
about?
Like, bro.
Hey, my screen sharing right. My screen sharing right. Look. He said the Lord isn't a name. We see what's on the screen, right? Let me click.
Title.
He said this is
not a
name. Look.
What's wrong with
he
this
says,
guy?
look at what it says. Look at what it says. Literally, it says, look. Proper noun with reference to the deity. It says literally here.
Right. Hold on. Look, he just busted it up. With reference to the deity.
Can you please be quiet? It says the proper name of the one true God.
Okay, check this out.
Said, no, bro. We keep letting you go. Stop. Listen. It says this. The proper name of the God of Israel. Oh my goodness, bro. Like, what is he talking about? What is
it's right there for you to see.
I thought Yahweh. Hold up. Wait. Real quick.
I'm not done.
What is Yahweh then? Hold up. If Lord,
I'll let you go.
I'm trying to get a question.
No, you're not.
Okay, I'll wait. Go ahead. I'll wait.
Now let me finish, bro, because I'm not even supposed to be really beating you up on this like this, bro. I'm supposed
to ain't beating up nothing. You making yourself look crazy.
Look, and then this is why I asked him. I asked him, could he read Hebrew? I asked him, could he read Hebrew for a simple question? Because what he don't understand, what he read in Exodus 6:3, if he understood Hebrew, he will understand that that's supposed to be a rhetorical negative statement. It is mistranslated in English Bible, right? So let me show you this. It says this
guy's a clown.
God just changed the to Moses continues with covenant language, reminding him that he is Yahweh, the God of the patriarchs, that the patriarchs worship by that name. I literally read to you in Hebrew where it literally said Abraham called him.
What book is this? What book is this you're reading?
Why is you talking?
I want to know what book this
you're reading over me though. You can wait till I finish and ask me a question.
You're right. You're 100% right. You're 100% right. Go ahead, bro.
Hey, bro, I'm done with this guy. Listen. It says this. It says, and that he worshiped the patriarchs by that name. Notice this is a source. It's a citation, right? Meaning when you go down, it's going to expand and give you more sources, and it's going to break down the actual statement. Or it might give you more scholarship on it, right? It says, and that the patriarchal promise included their descendants' possession of Canaan. Let's go down to where it tells you in 164. It says this. The most likely translation of Exodus 6:3 is not that of the NIV, but by my name, the Lord, I did not make myself known to them, but rather a question. And by my name, Yahweh, did I not make myself known to them? In Hebrew interrogatives are only sometimes marked by the so-called interrogative particle. The construction used here is common enough for interrogatives beginning with is it not or did he not, or like that, and require a positive answer. Is it not the case that X is Y? Interrogatives. This disjunctive structure of the clause lends itself to the emphasis indicated by the interrogative, namely that Moses was supposed to understand that my name Yahweh was indeed already a proto-Israelite divine name. For similar constructions, it's talking about the interrogatives where it's not showing, right? But without the so-called Hebrew interrogatives, the particles, we can go to other verses, which you can't even read. Numbers 23 and 19. It functions the same exact way. 2 Samuel 23 and 5 functions the same exact way. And this is coming from a linguist. I told you, you're not ready. 2 Kings 5 and 26, you're not ready. Jeremiah 18 and 6, you're not ready. Jonah 4 and 11, you're not ready. Job 11 and 11, you're not ready. Job 30 and 25. Like, bro, it's so many scriptures that we can go off and show where you don't understand and that the translation that you're trying to posit is not correct. That you
and that's where it should stop you, Isan. That's when you should stop. Like you running so many. No, listen, you running so many red lights in your interpretation of the Bible, bro. It's like ridiculous, bro. Like it's certain stop signs that make you stop what you're saying, bro.
Watch this. So this is the last thing, bro. Go to Genesis 14 and 22 and show that he did not call upon the name of the Lord. If you cannot do that, this conversation is done. This is foolishness at this point. Thank you.
Only thing foolishness is you, and it's sad that you had to go try to explain something. But let me make sure I understand everything. The KJV is your main book, correct?
No, I can go.
It's not. It's not. I didn't ask you. Well, everybody can't read.
Keep aside when they ask a question like that, you know they really don't have no methodology. Because you don't wind up in no version. You wind up with the Hebrew, my brother. But go ahead.
Okay, but everybody that you know reads Hebrew.
No, but if you're parsing it and if you're breaking it down, you got to see what it says in Hebrew. So whatever version that you're reading, the ESV, KJV, Ethiopic text, whatever, you go into the Hebrew. That's how you breaking it down, bro. So that's how we know, and that's how Kasai just showed you don't really know how to interpret the text, bro. Like it's so many times, but this like should be labeled part 2 because part 1 was just as bad. So. Bro, you slow down, my brother.
Hey, show my screen. These guys is full of it. Show my screen, brother. They know doggone well that every Hebrew Israelite, 90% to 95 to 98 to 99.
Man, you dealing with me.
Use the KJ. I don't care. Listen. I don't care about your ego. Okay. Now be quiet. I'm talking. Can you go ahead and show my screen? Now this makes it even better. Do you see Yahweh right there in 63? It says, and then I appeared unto Abraham, unto Isaac, unto Jacob, by the name of the God Almighty, by the name of Jehovah. Yahweh still ain't there. We done had El Shahadi. We done had Jehovah. Which one is it?
Jehovah is an English translation. Of Hebrew.
Jehovah is the English translation for what? What is Jehovah?
Jehovah is an English transliteration of the Hebrew word Yahweh. That's how slow you are.
That's crazy.
Hold on. So every Jehovah Witness calls themselves Yahweh witnesses. Is that what you're trying to lie about right now? Go ahead and say
it. You so stupid. Go ahead. You know what transliteration is.
They say
what is transliteration?
Translation from one the way one language speaks it to another. You're transliterating it from Hebrew to English. So what you're saying is these people that are Jehovah Witnesses, they would back your claim up that they're Yahweh witnesses. Go ahead and say it, liar. I'm waiting. You say anything to try to stand on your lie. That's why I told you the seed of Jacob, because you know doggone well that they do not transliterate that. First of all, J wasn't even in there. And then the only thing that you had that you could have used was the Tetragrammaton, the YHWH, which technically you knuckleheads ain't even supposed to be saying the word Yahweh. It was against the creed. So you're breaking that law. You don't know anything you're talking about. Now let's get back to this nonsense about Lord. Baal's name is also considered Lord. Every single god was also considered Lord. Lord is only a title that can be used by a god because all it's saying is someone that is holding a place. That's all it's saying. So stop with this nonsense. You guys are so remedial, and it's sad because I don't know who's dumb and who's dumber over here, because you both rocking on the same thing and you hyping each other up like you think you know something and you don't. Yahweh ain't mentioning neither one of these doggone Bible scriptures. If Yahweh is who he is, then he should have showed up, but he didn't show up. And he said that your God didn't know me by my name. That's what he said to Moses. And then you're going to come in with some book you found in somebody's alley talking about, oh, well, Moses was supposed to understand it. How you supposed to know somebody's name and they ain't tell you the name? That's about the dumbest thing I ever heard. He's supposed to have known the name that was never given to him. How was he going to do that? Genius. You guys don't make any sense. You sit up here and just bump your gums and you try to save this lie. Again, you are following Rebecca and their God, Yahweh.
Right,
continue down your path. No, I'm not. Continue down your path. And as you keep walking down this lie, as the brother just asked me a minute ago, he said, are you saying from that part all the way to the end, it was a lie? Yes, it's a lie because you're following the corruptible seed. You two don't even know the difference between the corruptible and incorruptible seed, do you?
You tried to say that it was two different gods from Abraham, Isaac, that Jacob was.
I asked you about a seed. You know the difference. I'm not moving any goalposts.
So you try to move talking about some corruptible seed. That's not what we talking about.
Because that's what you are.
No, you made some statements about Jehovah, not da. Look, he said the Lord.
Go ahead. He said da.
This is how much you don't know what he's talking about. The Lord. Every time you see the Lord in the English Bible, it's in place of the Tetragrammaton YHWH, which is supposed to be pronounced Yahweh. That is the place of it. The tradition. You show me in the law where it says you can't pronounce God's name. Exactly.
I can show you. Go ahead. Keep talking. Here you go again. Go ahead. Keep going.
The tradition. It's a tradition. You cannot show me anywhere in the written law where it says you cannot pronounce God's name. Show me that.
I didn't say in the written law, did I? So don't try to put words in my mouth.
That's the only law.
So how many laws are there? Because Moses came with what, 613 more?
And what is you?
Are they laws?
That's the law.
Moses did. So which law? Oh, look, boy,
you're trying to be a magician.
Hold on. No, I'm not trying to be a magician. I'm trying to stop you guys from lying. So are you telling me that you follow the complete law? Are you telling me you follow the complete law? Yes or no?
That has nothing to do with what we talking about.
He brings
deal with Genesis 14 and 22. Once again,
look, you ain't even put your shoes on. You running with the sneakers in your hand.
You
at least tie them up.
Know that you want to change.
I asked you a question. You brought up the word. You brought up the word law. I didn't bring. Hold up. You brought up the word law. Yes or no?
I didn't bring up the word law. What are you talking about? Crazy. I said, show me a law. I asked you a question.
You said, show me the word Yahweh in the word. No, you were talking. This boy don't know what you're talking about. You said it's not written. You just said it's not written in the law. That's what you said. It had to be in the law for you not to be able to speak it. What are you talking about? Are you listening to yourself?
That is the place of it. The tradition. You show me in the law where it says you can't pronounce.
Thank you. Who said it?
Now listen.
Not now.
I said, show me in the law. He want to talk about do you follow the laws and da. Bro, show me the law where you cannot pronounce God's name. You not finna move the goalposts. Did you not hear me ask him a question?
Right. That's just how I went.
Now I know you broke because you just played back your own.
Did everybody hear me ask him a question?
Listen to me. You already broke. I know you broke. So I'm asking you, does that have to be in the law? Is that what you're saying?
That you can. I just asked you. Show me in the law where you cannot pronounce God's name.
He said it again. He said it. So I asked you again. Do you follow every letter to the law? Yes.
That has nothing to do with what I just
I can't show. Listen. I'm gonna tell you this.
To do with what I asked you. You're not finna play games.
No, I'm not playing games. I'm busting your head with your
right on track, boy.
No, I'm putting you on track because you keep jumping off. Now get your butt back over here and let's finish the conversation and stop running.
I gotta keep you right on track. Show me
good.
the law.
So you just,
I told God's name.
Did you ever watch this? Did you ever hear me say it was the law?
No questions, Ison, bro, because that's not being.
No, he said, show me. Hold up. First of all, stop trying to help your boy out. Wait till he comes back.
No, I'm trying to have the conversation move along. Because all you really can say is, Ison, is where it's at in the law. You don't know if it's in the law, or it doesn't matter. Those are the three ones you can say. Okay, so say that, Jay.
Okay, watch this. It doesn't.
So you didn't say y'all should not pronounce the name of God. You didn't say that. You didn't say that,
right? I said it's. I said they.
You said we should not pronounce the name of God. That's exactly what you said.
This is what they said.
So that's supposed to be according to the law. Where is that in the law?
But I never said according to. Listen, brother. Listen.
You tell me what I can and I can't do.
This is what's wrong with you.
The law.
This is what's wrong with you.
You're
trying to make up stuff to save face. People heard you say according to the law, and I asked you, did you say that? And I told you said that, and you said no. Then your simple behind went back and played it and said it. Then you tried to double down and say it again and act like you didn't say it when I never brought it up. I said that Yahweh, YHWH, was never to be pronounced. I never used the word
according to
the rabbis. Let me put it there.
The rabbis is not no authority in the Israelite.
What do you mean not authority in the? What are you talking about?
When do rabbis come about? When do rabbis come about?
Oh my gosh! So wait a minute. The rabbis don't have any.
To the rabbis?
Hold on.
What did Jesus say to the rabbis when talking about the tradition?
Wait a minute, brother. Well, you didn't. What did I just showed you what Jesus said about listening to the scholars. So now you ain't want to listen to that, but you want me to hear that? Look how silly you sound.
Because you're not.
Look how silly you sound when you talk to me.
Right. No, see, that's what they do, Katad. They take the Bible and then they accuse the Bible of being Talmudic when it's all Talmud.
I never said the Bible was Talmud. See, these are words.
Nah, you're not going to say it. You're not going to say it. You're going to insinuate it. Because everything you're saying right now comes from rabbinic teachings. It comes from Mishnah, Gemara. That's what you're teaching. But you can't come straight out and say it. But you try to allude to it being in the Bible. But when somebody who knows the scriptures, they're going to chop it up, and then you're going to be scrambling. But go ahead.
I'm asking you, is the Midrash, is that Talmud? Is the Midrash Talmud?
When it comes to what you're saying about the name not being uttered, that's when it comes to that, what you're talking about, yeah, that comes from the Talmud. That comes from rabbinic teachings. You said it yourself. Come on, man.
Stop lying. Wait, bro. Listen.
When he asked you what authority do you get that from, you said the rabbis. Right. Okay, so the rabbis.
They're not only in the Talmud. Stop it. You sound crazy.
What else are they?
Is the Midrash the Talmud? Yes or no?
Yeah, the Talmud is made of the Midrash and the Gemara.
Okay. So I've never seeked to find that out. That's why I asked you. I will check real quick since you said that because I never knew that. I never heard that.
Yeah, you have the Babylonian Talmud. You have the Jerusalem Talmud. The Babylonian and they consist of the Mishnah, which is the law, and the Gemara, which expounds on it, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, you are mistaken.
But it all in the end, none of it's the Bible, none of it's the scriptures.
Bro.
Let me say something.
It's my turn. Relax.
No, you just went, man. You just went. You just went with the rabbis and all that. I'm gonna address the last.
Let's get the clock.
You can have it. You can have the floor because we all see what you're doing and you think we stupid.
No, I don't know who is.
Look.
Go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
He literally just said the rabbis He's referring to the oral tradition. That's not the law. When we get into these texts, right? It says 15:3. He says, Jesus, but he answered and said unto them, why do ye also transgress the commandment of God by your traditions? What are you talking about? Because they came to him talking that oral tradition as if it was authoritative, and he cut them right down with the actual law.
But they were Israelites,
what you're talking about has nothing.
They were Israelites, right?
The tradition.
They were Israelites, right?
Bro, why are you interrupting me? I just told you after I'm done speaking, you can have the floor. You ain't answered one question all night. You're not gonna move the goalpost. What does that have to do with anything? What does that have to do with what I'm dressing to you right now? What does that have to do exactly? Now you quiet. What does that have to do with not being the law?
For you. Then you started talking. Make up your mind.
Answer the question real quick.
Just talk. No. I'm not answering it. I'll answer after.
What does you answer after? What are you cutting me off for? And what does that have to do with the oral tradition being the law? Whether or not they're Israelites or not has nothing to do with is it the law? What are you talking about?
So are you standing on the law?
Now you just asked me the question. Once again, what does that have to do with the oral tradition being the law? You see that you don't answer a question. Every time you get cornered, you just want to ask another question. You're not stupid.
I tell you what, let me ask you a question because I appreciate what just is the rabbi part of the sons of Aaron?
You're done. So all you have to do is go into your history. There is no rabbis during the First Temple period, during Solomon time, none of that stuff. He don't know nothing about Israelite history. He just want to get up here and run his mouth. He don't know nothing about the Israelite culture.
There's no what?
The Israelite language, none of that stuff.
Israelite language.
He said, why is you talking? Why is you talking? He said, I quoted Jesus. You don't want to believe Jesus there? No, nigga, we not finna listen to your twisting of Jesus' quote. That's what it is. We read this text. That's how I automatically knew you was implying the rabbis when you said you think I didn't catch that. We already know you was hinting at the oral tradition when you said you can't say the name of God. We not stupid.
Right.
We not stupid. We catch every little thing that you've been doing. You not smooth, bro. You are. Look.
I'm being straightforward. Actually, what's your point? I wasn't ducking. I was talking.
Listen.
I mean, when you done,
bro, we've been walking you down, working your scholarship all night, but like you, man.
All you two doing is playing violins. Go ahead.
Elder Yarah smoked you. That whole panel, every Hebrew on that panel smoked you. I just smoked you real quick. I ain't even supposed to smoke you bad. I done rolled you, turned you into an op pack. You a new strain in the air right now.
Is that what happened?
Make sure y'all tune in to the debate, man. Tomorrow.
Oh no, you do that tomorrow. You do that at the end of the show. Right
now, it's going down.
Let's get back to you. Now watch this. Now you're done. You're done. If you finish, you can promote your show.
If you think this bad,
if you've done, let's go. Now, my brother said that. Hold on, brother. My brother said, hold on.
Let me beat you on your brother. I appreciate it.
Wait, shut up. My brother said that the Midrash was part of the Talmud. That's a lie. It is not part of the Talmud. So here you guys sitting up here talking, it says it could be related to the Talmud, but is not the Talmud. Okay. He ran. Okay. So he left you up here by yourself, Gideon. But anyway, you were the one that said it was part of the Talmud, and it's not part of the Talmud. It's related to it. So it's almost like you could say the New Testament and the Old Testament, they work hand in hand, but they're not from the same thing. So are you saying that the Tetragrammaton, what was the reason the Tetragrammaton, and also, brother, tell me this, did you know back in the day that they didn't let the letter O be in the word God because they felt that to be sacred? And the reason Yahweh, this is all due to Yahweh, the Tetragrammaton, YHWH, it had nothing to do with the law. It was considered sacred. But before your boy ran off chopping his gum so much, I didn't get a chance to get to that part with him. So it wasn't about anything to do with the law. It was considered, it was holy and sacred, and it was the creator, who they deemed to be the creator, was too high to be spoken. That's why that is there. But your boy don't know what he's talking about. Now, secondly, he kept bumping his gums about the law. And you notice every time I tried to put him to the point, do you follow the law? He never answered it. Here you are claiming to be an Israelite, and following the law is the highest.
That wasn't the point. The point wasn't about if people are following the law or not. He just asked you where. No, Einstein, listen to what I'm saying. He asked you, where did you get that from, that we can't say the Most High's name? And that comes, so that does not come from the Bible. That comes from oral tradition. And the oral tradition, that was all formed. You got the Midrash Gemara, then you have the two different Babylonian and the Jerusalem Talmuds. So somewhere in all that, that's all Talmud. Like I'm not a Talmudic. Listen what I'm saying. Listen what I'm saying. I'm not a Talmudic scholar, but I'm speaking in generalities. You see what I'm saying? So, and like I said, whatever form they was created in, that's where you're getting that from. As far as Hashem, that's why they say Hashem. They don't say the name. That comes from outside of the Bible. So you can't hold the person who goes strictly by the scriptures to that, and you can't hold the scriptures to that. But go ahead.
Okay, so here's my point then. So when he made that statement, I can understand. And the only thing I said to the brother was, I didn't say it was connected to the law. So that's when I'm asked him, and I'll ask you the same thing. Are you held to the letter of the law? Yes or no? That's all I asked. Because I never brought up the law. So I'm just asking.
That's a question, but I'm just trying to see. So now you want to shift to if I'm following the law.
Because he said this is why I'm saying this, because he said it's not in the law. So
it's not in the law.
And I never said it was.
And that's why I say I presented those three options, and your option was it doesn't matter. So all right.
I said it doesn't matter as far as the law part, because I explained to you what I would have been explaining to him, but he kept going, is that it was done because it was considered sacred and you weren't supposed to say the name. I never mentioned anything about a law. So now
but the Bible doesn't say that though.
I got you. I'm trying to find out something. So now I'm asking you, since the law is on stand right now, and since as an Israelite, you must follow the law, which we would consider the 10 Commandments. Is that what you're referring to?
Right.
Okay, so what I'm asking you, if any of those laws are broken, how do you deal with that?
Okay, well, we're under the law in the new covenant, so the new covenant take care of it.
We're not talking about the new covenant. We're talking about the Old Testament. Don't jump out the book and run to the new covenant and the Old Testament, because that's where Yahweh was. YHWH was the Tetragrammaton is the Old Covenant. So let's not try to be shifty here. I'm asking you, in the Old Covenant, when you weren't supposed to break the laws, which they were only given to the Israelites because other people were ethical enough that they didn't need those laws. It was you guys that were having the issue. So what I'm asking you is, if these laws are in place, what happens if you break them?
What you mean? What happens when you break them?
So what happens if you murder someone under the law in the Old Testament?
Under the law in the Old Testament, you'll be stoned.
You'll be stoned. What happened if you stole from someone older in the Old Testament?
You have to pay back what you stole.
What happened if you lie on someone?
Well, whatever you was trying to accuse them of, and whatever was going to come of that was going to be meted out to you.
Okay. What happened if you what was the other one? Coveted someone? Because these are all your laws.
Well, covet, that's just a sin.
7, 8, 9. So they're all sins. Oh, first of all, that's transgression. Every law y'all say that you break is considered transgression. Everything I just gave you outside of someone physically murdering someone was what Rebecca and Jacob did. They broke every one of your 10 commandments that I just brought up. I think it was 3 of them I just brought up. And is and also being deceitful to thy neighbor, basically. So it's total 4 of them. Out of 10, they broke 4. And you guys sit here, bring it. And when he brought that up, that's why I brought that up. How can you stand on this covenant of, these 10 commandments, but the way your foundation started was from breaking these 10 commandments? How do you accept that? How do you even look in the mirror and justify that? How?
Again, because the Bible says it doesn't matter.
See what I mean? You just listen to what you just said. The Bible, now common sense tells me you don't believe what you just said. You know why? Because of the way your tone, the inflection in your tone was like, because the Bible says it doesn't matter. But you know it matters because that's what it told you. So now all of a sudden, when something said it doesn't matter to you, then it's acceptable. But
so my brother, you're saying since Rebecca lied and since Jacob was deceitful.
No, Rebecca was deceitful. Jacob lied and stole.
Right. So since that happened, yes. you're saying that they shouldn't have gotten the covenant. Like Jacob shouldn't have gotten.
What I'm saying to you, what you would do if this is the God of Abraham, who was found Abraham being righteous. A righteous creator is never going to be a co-conspirator to something such as a lie or deceit. I brought this up before to you guys. When Adam and Eve both turned and began to go against the will of the creator and took it in their own hands, when it talks about Sarah saying that she took it in her hands to tell Abraham to have the child with Hagar, all of these are that person taking it into their own hands. Every one of them was considered curses. But when it goes to Rebecca and Jacob, y'all don't call that a curse. Do you understand?
Wait, when was Sarah? What was Sarah cursed? What you talking about?
When Hagar had the child, it was basically saying that she disobeyed and didn't wait for the creator to give her the child, and she gave that seed to to Hagar, but that was meant for her. Remember, she said, take this woman for that you can have a child through her.
Right, but what's the curse for Sarah?
No, I'm saying y'all view
you said all of them. You said you said
view that as a curse. This is what I'm saying to you. Y'all view that as a curse because you're saying Ishmael, and I believe you're the one that said it. He didn't love Ishmael and he kicked him out. So you view that as a curse. You called her the flesh. You called her the woman of the flesh. So that was considered a curse. That's what y'all say.
No, I'm trying to get into. So you're saying Sarah was cursed, Rebecca was cursed, but Jacob wasn't cursed.
Right. What she did was considered a curse. But what she did was considered a curse.
Who wasn't cursed? Out of those 3, who wasn't cursed?
Rebecca's actions was considered not cursed.
Hold on. No, listen, bro. Listen. Out of those 3 people, Sarah, Rebecca, and Jacob.
Right. Rebecca.
You said 2 of those people were cursed, and one. And hope.
The actions of what they did.
But just let me finish, bro. Let me. It don't matter in action and flying in the sky and drinking water is the same. Is 2 of them you said was cursed, and 1 of them you said wasn't cursed. No matter what which ones was which. That's what I'm asking.
I got you. So
thank you, Brian. I'm sorry. I was.
I respect you. Eve, when she disobeyed.
Humanity. So now bringing Eve into the mix. You didn't bring Eve into the mix just now.
Yes, bro. Yes, I did.
I didn't hear you say Eve none this night. But go ahead.
Yes,
I'm like, okay.
So, no problem. So when Eve did what she did and disobeyed, she became cursed because she was supposed to wait on what the Creator said, do what the Creator said. When she then handed that apple to Adam and he ate it, they both fell. So there's a curse there. That's their curse. Now, when Sarah does what she does and hands the child over, the seed over to Hagar, then y'all view her as the woman of flesh. So that becomes considered a curse because Ishmael is kicked out. When Rebecca and Jacob deceives and lies, y'all view that as good. As the creator is agreeing with that. But everywhere else, the creator didn't agree when the person took it under their own authority. Each female took it under their own authority. It became against the creator. But when Rebecca takes it under her own authority, it's because the creator allowed it. That doesn't add up. That doesn't make sense. So
okay.
That's why there's a different entity here that is dealing with Rebecca outside of Sarah and Eve.
Okay, so let's look at it, right? Let's logically walk what you're saying, right? So Abraham and Sarah, right? Sarah told Hagar and be gone with after she told him, have a child with Hagar. She gets jealous, tell Abraham to kick Hagar and Ishmael out. So he kicks Ishmael out, right? And so Sarah then proceeds to have a son by Abraham, which is Isaac, right? So what we see here is we see the man, then we see the wife. We see the wife trying to do what she's doing to bring forth the seed, which fails, but it still goes through her regardless of her failing and sinning, right?
But I'm not talking about what goes through her. I'm talking about what she did.
Yeah, what she did was she committed a sin.
Right.
And what she did with Hagar, the whole issue with Hagar and Ishmael, that was a sin.
Okay.
So hold on. Let me just finish. Let me walk it out. Let me walk it out because obviously you're not seeing it how it should be seen. So Abraham and Sarah, right? Sarah sins trying to bring about the seed that was promised to her by the Most High. So through that, she still gets her seed, which is Isaac, right? So Isaac has a wife, Rebecca. Rebecca is given a promise by the Most High about her seed. So in her trying to play it out, she sins, right?
Right.
Okay. So through her sinning, she still has the son from Isaac, correct?
Well, she had
correct. No, I'm saying correct.
Hold on,
correct.
Hold on, brother. You're mixing it up. It doesn't have to do
with I don't need Adam. It's a yes or no.
But you're twisting it.
Hold on. No, I'm not. I'm doing the same. I'm doing the same. It's the same walkthrough. It's the same walkthrough. It's the same thing. So hold on. So when Rebecca is told by the Most High that she would have her youngest son, that Jacob would be the greatest one. So when she tries to manifest it on her own, like Sarah did, she sins, right? So the same way that Sarah sinned, Rebecca sinned. The same way that Abraham still had his seed go through Sarah is the same way that Isaac had his seed go through Rebecca. It's simple methodology. It matches. It's the same.
Well, you're missing something here.
No, hold on. Go ahead.
Hold on. Now you're missing something. We know that when Sarah did what she did and she stepped into place and didn't wait, there was a sin there. And so with that sin, Ishmael got kicked out. Do we agree? So that was what fell upon them, right?
Right. She sinned and kicking him. Yeah, she sinned.
Okay, because of what she did. Now, where is the sin when Rebecca sins and Jacob lies, sins, where is their punishment?
What you mean? Who, what do you see the punishment with Sarah? What you talking about?
Because of what Sarah did, Ishmael was considered the flesh. He was an invalid child. So because of that, it was casted out because of her stepping in the place of the creator. I don't know why you're not getting this. And what I'm asking you is, where is that same energy when Rebecca does the same thing in an instance? Not the exact same thing, but she does the same thing, plays the creator, the co-creator, and then Jacob gets the blessing and steals that. Where is that fault at? Where's the punishment? That is considered good from you guys, that they received the covenant. That's not, you don't see that as bad or wrong at all. But yet when you see what Sarah did, y'all see what she did with Hagar as wrong. How do you not see that with Rebecca?
Can I jump in here for a second, Ison?
Sure.
You know you're talking to a Bible believer. So you're trying to make sense out of something that doesn't make sense. So you're going to argue forever, and he's not going to agree with you. Because the God of the Bible, because the God, and let me tell you something, Ison, the God of the Bible is an eternal flip-flopper. He does what he feel like when he feel like it. And that's what they're not getting. And that's the problem.
Right. They think the creator and gods are the same. I don't know if you believe in a creator, brother. I believe in a creator, but I don't believe in gods. So what I'm trying to get him to understand is, when you want to know what you're dealing with, we must look at the actions that happens after. So if the creator is part of it, and the creator, just like when the creator came back and told Abraham, all right, you're going to hearken to her voice and she's going to give you a child, because the creator told her he's going to do that. And he said, listen to her, go ahead and remove the child. It wasn't supposed to happen that way. So boom, then she has the child. Right. So now after she has the child, everything is put back in correct standards. All that the problem what they have and what they can't seem to get is,
what do you call correct standards? What you mean by that?
Where it should have been through Sarah and Abraham. That seed should have came through them. I'll explain why later, because there's no reason.
Just like it should go through Isaac and Rebecca.
I'm not disputing that. I've never disputed that. But
hold on, listen. So that's what I'm saying. Yeah, it should go through Isaac and Rebecca. Yeah.
Right. Let me say what I'm trying to say to you. There's a reason behind Sarah and Abraham having that child. Okay. And it was because of the bloodline. Sarah and Abraham were not only wife and husband, before that they're half brother, half sister. So they both carry the bloodline of Terah, the father. So this is why Hagar couldn't do that, because that seed had to
they are not brothers and sisters.
You do know it, but
it's in the Bible. Are you denying the Bible?
You do know, even though the book says that, they're gonna tell you it's not true.
Right. You know what I'm saying? This is crazy. Like they sit here and stand on this book, and then when you throw the book on them and it cuts them, now all of a sudden that's not true. Abraham said, watch, we want to pull it up, because this is the weirdest stuff I've ever seen. And this is why they can't believe it. This is why they can't believe it, because they don't understand the difference between a corrupted seed and an uncorrupted seed. That's where they have no knowledge.
Well, listen, when you're in a book where the book tells you, God tell you, I put lying spirits on people, I put evil spirits on people.
Yes.
Well, I'm gonna step back and let you and Jose dialogue for a little while, because this is your presentation. See what Jose got to say about this.
Hold up. I want you to stay here for this though, please.
Yeah, I'm still here. I'm not leaving. Right. I ain't gonna leave. I'm chilling.
But when the book tells you, God gave them a land and said, go into the land and kill everything. Even the baby goat, the baby chicken, kill everything.
Yes.
All right, and guess what? Most of
Tell them what that really mean, Ison. Tell them what that really mean, Ison.
Hold on.
Tell them what it really mean.
Hold on. I'll
he was just making a critique of the Bible, and he know what it means.
It means what it says.
Exactly. I agree with that. So okay. Can you show my screen? Can you show my screen? I want to read this to you, brother, because you can't deny this. In the very beginning of 22, it says, and Abraham said of Sarah, his wife, she is my sister. And Amalek, the king of Greer, sent and took Sarah. So Abraham tells you here that's his sister, right? But then it goes here, and Amalek, and Amalek called Abraham and said unto him, what hast thou done to us? And what have I offered thee, that thou hast brought on me and on my kingdom a great sin, that thou hast done deeds unto me, and thou ought not do them? And Amalek said unto Abraham, what hast thou done? What sawest thou that thou hast done this thing? And Abraham said, because I thought surely the fear of God is not in this place, and they will slay me for my wife's sake. So he said that's his sister. Now he's saying that's his wife. Look what he says in 12. And yet indeed, look at the word indeed. There's nothing more powerful than that word in this sentence, because this is just like the word absolute. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about this. This is Abraham speaking. And yet, indeed, she is my sister. And then he goes even further to describe it. She is the daughter of my father, but not the daughter of my mother. And she became my wife. So before she was his wife, she was his sister. You can't deny that. You'd have to throw your whole book away if you're saying that's not saying that. Now, how do you respond to that? Since you just said that's not his sister.
So that's actually his brother's daughter, Nahor. That's Nahor's daughter. Which is why it says she is the daughter of my father, but not the daughter of my mother, because she come from the house of father. Yeah. Okay, so when Abraham's brother, who was that? Nahor Paran. That was Nahor. When his brother died.
Nahor lived, Haran died.
Yeah, when his brother Haran died, he took his daughter. And when I say he, I mean Abraham's father. Abraham, right.
Hold on, brother. He took his nephew Lot. Haran didn't have a daughter that he took. The only three people that left with Abraham was Terah, Lot, and Sarah. If he just said in this scripture, the daughter of my father, who is Abraham's father?
That would be Terah.
So how did you just say that was Haran?
And Terah adopted his son's daughter.
Show me in the Bible.
Yeah, that's what that means right there.
No,
I would have to pull all that up again, bro. Like I said, I don't have the total recall, but I know I've been through this before, bro. Like this like decades old to me, bro.
Where does the Bible say that though?
Where? Anywhere.
It actually says it right. It actually says it right there in verse 12.
Where?
No, it didn't.
Where?
What do y'all think that means when he said
what it said?
If your father,
she is. Hold on, listen what I'm saying. She is the daughter of my father, but not the daughter of my mother.
Stop right there.
What y'all think that means?
Just what it said.
Wait. What do you think that means? Pete, let me say this something to you, brother. You're a Hebrew Israelite. This is what you claim you know. Now, you be damn well sure that you know people is listening to you. And I want you to go on record right now and say this. And if you do, you are definitely making my point even greater and deeper, because I always say y'all will lie to save face.
No, but that's real. That's his niece.
Show me where it said niece in there.
It don't.
It says it right there.
It doesn't say that, bro.
Show me Hold on. Show me N-I-E-C-E. Show me. I'm saying N-E-I-C-E. Show me the word. Show me where this word is. Please show me.
Yeah, that's what that means. But like I said, man, I'm gonna pull it. Let me pull it up for you, bro. I'm gonna pull it all up for you, bro.
Stop. How are you sitting here? This is what I'm confused with right now, brother. How are you sitting here with a straight face talking to people that are, you know, a child. I can take this into 3rd grade, 2nd grade class, and you would be sitting there lying to a child, telling them, no, that's not what it says. Now, these children to learn how to spell father, to learn how to spell sister, to learn how to spell mother, but yet you're telling them that the word niece is there, and ain't nothing in there starting with an N.
Okay, so all right, so
what are we doing here?
What if I was to grant you that? What are you saying though?
No, it's not. You're not granting me anything. You need to grant.
No, I'm saying what is your point though?
My point was,
I have no problem with saying what's your point. Like, what's your point?
It's not my point. My point is, why was you lying about it? And why would you try
I'm still saying that's what that is, but I'm saying I will grant you that just so we can get past like in the conversation.
So
what are you saying?
So you're accepting the fact that that's his sister? Because I don't need you to grant me anything. I'm a grown man. I make my own grants.
You know what I'm saying? So if I grant you that, what are you saying about that?
You're not granting me anything. I see the truth, so you can't grant me anything. You either need to set and agree that.
No, I'm just trying to get past that to see what you're saying. What if that? Okay, so what if that is his sister? What are you saying?
No, not what if. I mean, look what I'm saying to you. This is what I'm trying to say to you. It's so hard. The spirit inside you is so entangled right now. You can't even be honest within yourself, and you see it right on the paper. That is. There's a word for it. Psychotic, delusional. It's just so many different words. Like, how is it that you can read that and then make up straight face that there's no niece there, there's no brother there? It says father and it says daughter and sister, but yet you still in your heart. That's why the scripture says they're stone-hearted. It's in your heart. It's embedded in your heart that you can't be honest.
You know what he's doing?
So hold on. So
real quick, everybody within earshot of my voice, do me a favor and share the live out real quick. Share the live out so everybody can get a bite of this and get some of this Titan action. Back to you, Joe.
So hold on. So that's your problem. That's your problem with that text, is that I would take it as it's not his sister.
Check this out. You see how you trying to Jedi mind trick people?
No, I'm not, because I just told you. Listen, bro. Listen, bro. This is how adults talk, bro. I said, listen, Ison. I said, all right, I grant you that. So what are you saying?
Explain to me what that means. You say you grant. I need to understand your verbiage.
So when I'm saying, okay, so when you brought this up,
I'm gonna explain why.
I'm of the position that, you know, that's his niece, right? You're saying, hold on, see, that's what you try to do, bro. Like you turn something that should be seconds into hours.
Go ahead, brother.
And, you know, the gaslighting just prevail, right?
Right. Go ahead. I apologize.
Right.
I respect.
Right. So I'm saying that's his niece, right? You're saying that's his sister, and you go into the text. The text says, yes, she's my sister, right? It doesn't say niece. So what I'm saying is, I can't right now, and I really don't want to go through that to show you that that's his niece, because I've been showing you like you've been contradicting yourself all night. So I'm just trying to get past this. So when you grant somebody something, that's what you're doing. Like as far as a debate, when you're speaking and you're putting forth your position, sometimes you should grant a person what they're saying, because you know they're gonna fall on their face when you grant it to them. So that's what I'm doing. Hold on, Jose. Hold on, Jose. Hold on. Be cool. So what I'm doing is I'm granting that to you just to see what your problem is. And then when I did it, your problem was that I took it as niece, not the text itself. That shows how shallow your arguments are and how deep they go. They don't go deep at all. They're just surface level. They're just gaslighting, and it has no substance. But go ahead, my brother.
So,
let the brother speak real quick, and then I'll come in.
If you are making an argument about the Bible and you can't show it in the Bible, which is this is a Bible argument, that's an invalid point. You can't now run to some cultural context that's not in the book and make up something. That's what I'm saying to you. The book says what it says. If you can't show the language in the book it's saying that, then we don't have to accept that. Don't run to an outside cultural context and make it fit into the Bible. That is what you guys like to do. You guys
now watch.
Hold on, you guys like to say there was an Exodus.
I would be next.
You guys like to say it was an Exodus, and then now when the historical context don't fit it, you slap 600, 700, 800 years of things together to try and make it fit into reality when it does not. If the book doesn't say it, we don't have to accept it. This is a biblical argument, not a historical argument, not a cultural argument. And that's as respectful as I can say it. If you can't show it in the book, we're not going to accept it. Don't make up something and conflate an argument. It's a biblical argument, and that's it. I want you to show me a chapter and a verse that says what you say. That's what I'm saying,
bro. I'm definitely good for a free debate, bro. Just debate some man. Look, bro.
But okay, here's the situation, brother. If you grant someone something, then they would have to accept that. You can't just give me something when I'm the one that got your back against the wall. So you're not granting me anything. Let's get this clear. What you're doing is you're trying to find an out because you know what I'm saying is absolutely right, true, and exact. So therefore, you're trying to grant yourself a way out. Now, if you want me to allow you to bow out gracefully, because that's what you'll be doing, it just won't be graceful. Again, because I told you many people are listening to us speak, and they can see that these words aren't there. And what I will say is you at least admitted you don't see the word niece there. You don't see the word brother there. So therefore, my mind is telling me that you absolutely know the truth, but you're so intertwined and embedded in this lie that you are being held to it. You're in bondage to a lie. That's what that is. That's what that's called. It's a spiritual thing that you're connected to, and you must tear away from that if you want to live in truth. Now, I'll explain to you why this was so important, because this is what I was speaking to you about when I spoke about the corrupted seed and the incorrupted seed. Now, when Jacob, let me see if I can get it for you real quick.
A1, definitely Jose, I beat him up for free, bro. That one there, I beat him up for free, bro. So line it up.
Jose don't debate, man.
I'll take
I see why. I see why. But Jose, my man, he my man. But I guess he ever since I body slammed what he was saying one day, he just
What would I be debating for? What would be the point of me debating a book that I don't believe in? I'm not going to do that.
He won't debate.
What's your point of being on a panel talking about a book you don't believe in? Like, it's all circular. Like, what's the
because
point?
I'm telling you, because I'm telling you,
a debate is the spotlight is on you, showing how coherent your conversation is, and if it makes any sense. And that's why you don't want to debate, bro. This, like, God say the African king, but this black Kemet all over the place type of stuff y'all be talking, y'all can't stand on it, bro. Period.
Get in the ring and stand on it, Jose. What we gonna do?
I don't like the debate culture. If you want to have a discussion about it, we can do that. If he wants me to do a presentation, I could do that. But I'm not going to debate. I don't like the debate culture. And
I don't know. I am about to address this real quick. I rarely jump in, but people that sit here and argue till they blue in the face with no moderator, no clock.
Right.
And then say they don't like debate culture. What?
Right.
Making sure that nobody can disrespect you and that you get your allotted time and that decorum is at its highest is a problem for people.
One-on-one basketball.
I mean, hey, whatever. You know what I'm saying? You're not fooling me, but okay. You know what I'm saying? But
he won't play dodgeball. He won't play dodgeball. He don't want to play basketball straight up.
We can move on.
He don't want to play pitch up tackle. He won't play dodgeball. That's what he want to do.
No, but But you're making it seem like it's a personal attack on you. I'm not talking about you and your platform person.
I know you wasn't, but
so I don't want you to take it that way.
People always say that it's not adding up to me. So
yeah, I don't like it. I do it, but I don't like it. That's just my thing. I'll do it if somebody wants to. I'll do it, but I don't like. I hate putting together presentation. That's my purpose.
You won't last, Ison.
You want it?
Like, there's the reason why, bro.
Whoa. Do you want to debate? Because I'll take it. Don't let's not get confused here. I don't back down from nothing.
Bro, I just debated somebody, bro. Man, look at bro. Y'all mystics is crazy, bro.
Evidently, that's a no.
My next debate, bro. I want to debate like some history stuff, bro.
All right. Just making sure we check all that. I ain't ducking none of it.
I ain't, you know.
But
can I get in here real quick, please?
Well, hold on. Let me share my screen because the brother.
Yeah, go ahead, Casada. You good. I know you about to dice him up just because God already know. Go ahead, bro.
This guy just got cut up and his head sitting on the side of his body and he's still talking. Hey, yo, can you share my screen, please? I'm trying to explain to you why this had to happen. Now, in Genesis 28, you see where it says, and Esau seeing that the daughters of Canaan, 28:8, and Esau seeing that the daughters of Canaan pleased not Isaac his father, then went to Esau unto Ishmael and took unto the wives which he had Mathala, the daughter of Ishmael and Abraham's son, the sister of Nejabath. Now here is what you don't understand. When I said that it had to be from a brother and a sister and the same father bloodline, what that did is that made the seed a chosen seed, a spiritual seed. So when Abraham slept with Hagar, Hagar does not come from the bloodline of Terah, but Sarah does. So when those two matched, that was uncorruptible. I mean, it is uncorruptible. With Hagar, it's considered corruptible because she's not from the same bloodline. Now, when you go over here and you see when Esau takes Mathala, who is Ishmael, who is the brother of Isaac, you now see the seed of Abraham coming together. So it's not a corrupted seed. It's uncorrupted. So that is the powerful bloodline that matches back to Abraham as one. That's why it says many, but as one seed. That's his seed. Only his seed is involved. When you see Jacob go to the house of Rebekah and takes children from Rachel, Leah, and the other two handmaidens of theirs, none of them come from the seed of Abraham. That is considered a corrupted seed because it's not from the house of Abraham. This is why you guys would never be the ones to carry the pure seed. Your seed is not pure, it is corrupted because it comes from the father, which would be Laban, is not connected to Abraham. So when Jacob goes and sleep with Laban's daughters, his side comes from Nahor. When you take Isaac and Ishmael, they both come from the seed of Abraham. So these are both of Abraham's seeds becoming one again. This is where you will never get past this. This is the true line of who you would call the Messiah, the second Adam, the one to come. He comes down that bloodline. That's why when I think it's in Paul or Hebrews, it talks about the uncorrupted and the corrupted seed. Your seed, all the children that Esau had with the Hittites and the Canaanite women, or the women he had children with before he slept with Mathala, they're corrupted seeds. There is only one uncorrupted seed. This is why Hagar couldn't have been the one to carry the promised seed. Now you understand the science behind this.
No, indeed, I don't. Boy, what is you talking?
You guys is lost. That's sad. If you don't understand that, if you don't understand this is what this is saying, the closer, listen, back then, The reason why it had to come from the Father's house. Okay. This is why when I spoke to your boy Yarah and they was telling him that he got knocked out is because he kept saying, no, she's not from the house of Abraham. She's not part of the covenant. She's not part of the bloodline. When you use the children of Isaac and Ishmael, they are from the bloodline and the house of Abraham. It never leaves the house of Abraham patriarchally. It never goes anywhere.
Bro, you trying to turn the Bible into some type of parlor trick, bro. That you can show that you see something that's in there that nobody else is seeing. Bro, that's crazy work, bro. You crazy, bro.
Listen, at the end, there will be what is called revelations. What you just received was a revelation. I'm going to tell you one thing about being a mystic. My job isn't to make you know it, make you believe it. My job is to show it to you, share it, and leave it. If you choose to stay where you are and not accept the truth, then I've done my job. I just showed you.
I don't believe in mystics, bro. Well, mystics that try to use the Bible, and then when the Bible contradict them, they say the Bible is lying. Like, how we know you not lying? Like, what you standing on?
You just lied about saying it was his niece, and you had to change. Where did I lie?
No, I'm standing on that. But like I said, it's been a while since I visited that. But the point was, I granted you that, and you still couldn't bring out a point. Like, what's your point about that, though?
Listen, bro, I just brought the point out. I'm explaining to you why this seed has to be from the patriarch side of the family.
But where you getting that from, though? Because the Bible don't the Bible don't, what you saying, it don't validate it.
Does the Bible say the seed of Abraham?
Listen, I'm gonna say it real slow.
I'm gonna ask you again.
Listen what I'm saying. Listen what I'm saying. Regardless of what you're saying, the Bible, the Most High, he validates the covenant with Abraham, he validates the covenant with Isaac, and he validates the covenant with Jacob. So whatever you trying to fit in the middle of that, and if it's contradicting that, it don't matter. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Like, and logically, it shouldn't matter to nobody because it don't make sense. Then they got to rely on what you say is good and what is not good. And then that's when you following behind somebody. Like, and that don't make no sense. But go ahead.
Did you literally have the audacity to use the word logically? You have been speaking the most illogical, and notice the word ill comes before logic is because you're sick. How you going to sit here and say logically?
Bro, you probably think Israel mean ISIS, Ryan L, huh?
I've been said it. You heard me say it. It's
oh my God. Oh my, I'm done. I'm done.
That's probably because it's real. You call yourself Israel, and that's spelled Israel.
Man, this guy here, bro.
Get out of here.
You gotta throw away all them 90 VHS tapes of Bobby Hemmett, bro. You gotta throw all that stuff away, bro.
Listen, bro.
Oh, all that been debunked, bro.
I promise. Ain't nothing been debunked. Ain't nothing been debunked.
But don't come out in the wash, come out in the rinse, bro. Believe that, bro.
Well, right now you getting thoroughly rinsed because you obviously don't understand what it means. Do you know the scripture when it talks about, or do I need to pull it up about the corruptible and the incorruptible seed? And do you know when it says it's not by seeds but by seed? As far as referring to Abraham, do you understand that?
So what you're talking about validates Jacob as having a covenant. That's what I'm saying.
How?
Like wherever you go in the Bible, it validates Jacob receiving a covenant.
How?
Like, do you not understand that?
The word how,
like the person who would listen to you, bro, they really gotta have skips in their brain, bro.
Explain what you're saying.
Like,
how,
for real.
This guy talking about everything but the question. How does it validate it if it said seed and not seeds?
So what are you talking about? Show me what you're talking about.
I just showed you. Is Isaac and first of all,
no, I'm saying show me about the corruptible seed. Show me about that.
Oh, you mean the verse,
right?
Can I please go? You finna let him go?
Yeah, go ahead, Kachai. My bad. Go ahead, bro. Go ahead when he's done, bro.
No, he can go.
Thank you. Yeah, man. I'm gonna let y'all finish y'all combo, bro. I ain't gonna lie, bro. I ain't even get up here to talk to you, man. Honestly, I already cooked you. I came up here to cook Jose, man. That man came up here and disrespected the God of the Bible. So you come off from a wit. You could have really just not even said that. And you always talking about your own debate. But we don't want to talk about your guys and how they gay and stuff, though, right? You don't want to talk about the Egyptians and how they gay, though, right? You want to talk about how they run around collecting penises and taking butts, though. Hey, A1, you cool if I read this text? Because this is nasty Egyptian stuff over here. You cool if I read this, man? Because they got
you got the actual source, man.
Man,
I'll say that.
You don't think I got it? You don't think
Can you get? I know you. I flyway figured you did, man. Because I've been wanting to see some of this. Because people been reading it, but they ain't been pulling out nothing, and they ain't been showing where we could go get some of that at. I've seen it in the past. Yeah.
Hold on.
So yo guys ain't taking each other booties and all that stuff. The Egyptians ain't taking booties. Hold on. No. You got up here and disrespected the Israelite God for no reason. So now I'm finna flame you. Your culture that you want to promote and that you got on the screen.
No, Jose, you gotta hold on for it. So how you gonna jump in and tell somebody else? Hold on. You need to hold on.
I'm sorry.
You need to hold on. Go ahead,
you gonna jump up here and disrespect someone's God and culture, bro. When every time that somebody pull these texts out, you run. Talk about how your gods, Horus, Seth, all of them, they putting semen into each other's butts. Talk about how your God masturbating, putting sperm in his mouth. Talk about your kings and your military going out to war, taking booties, and literally, not figuratively, literally raping people. I don't want to say the R word. Just take the G off. Raping people and cutting off penises. Talk about that, bro, before you ever get up here and disrespect the God of Israel ever again.
We need some sources for this, man. We need some sources.
When we get to the hem of a tomb, right?
Can I speak, Kasai?
Well, he asked me he wants some sources. I was gonna get
No. Can I speak?
Hold on. I want him to share the screen and show a source for this, man.
No, hold on. Let me respond.
It's a lot of Egypt Kemet slander, man. I just wanted to be. You gonna get a chance to respond, Jose.
Yeah, I'm just.
He made a statement. I'm actually asking him to back it up before he's interrupted, and then I'm gonna let you at him. Okay, and then I'm gonna ask that he don't interrupt when it's your turn.
Okay, make sure he shows the screen.
For a second.
Yeah,
so yeah.
Because everybody keeps talking about this stuff, but ain't nobody showed it, and if ain't nobody gonna show it, I kind of want to,
if you can show his screen and show a text of soldiers and people sexually assaulted, then I would have to go with it if you can show it in the text. If you can't, then I have to disagree with you.
Just mute up for a second, Jose.
Yeah,
it'll be okay.
You see it.
You don't have to narrate or hold hand. We got this.
So he got up here and disrespected the God of the Bible, but we get to Horus and Seth. We see what it says. It says Horus groaned because of his eye of his body when he had eaten and swallowed it, and the Enad saw it. Seth rasped because of his testicles. Horus transported his semen into Seth's ain't a word. Seth transported his semen into Horus's a word. So pause. I got some more text. Hold on. Let me show you one more. Because it's more than just that's not the only time we got that text and stuff like that. It's more to it. Hold on.
That's crazy work right there.
I told you, bro. You know I got this. I don't know why you asked me out of all people do I got it.
Well, you're the only one. Everybody else just like quoting it, but ain't nobody pulled it out. So.
It says the divine person of Seth said to the divine person of Horus, "How beautiful are your buttocks?" What is we talking about?
Damn.
What is we talking about? Hold
on,
Jose. Mama said to him. You want to see what his mama said to him? And she said to him, "Beware! Do not approach him about it. Don't say nothing about it to him. When he mentions it to you another time, then you shall say to him, it is too painful for me entirely." What is this? As you are heavier than me. You know what they talking about. Say you heavier than me. My strength backside shall not support your erection.
Damn.
Then when he gives you his thing, when he starts place your fingers between your buttocks. Oh my goodness. Lo, he will enjoy it exceedingly.
That sound like it stank.
Oh, I'm done, bro. I don't want to get into this a lot. Come on now. I want to say this for a debate, man.
This
Yeah.
is crazy.
Hey, can I respond?
Now,
I'll let the respond first because this is
No, bro. I'm strictly for Jose, bro. I ain't got no more
Well, you can be listen, brother. I don't care. Then get off the stage. What are you talking about? Ain't nobody paying attention to how you talking. Jose, if you want to respond, if you don't, I will.
Now,
go ahead.
Okay, definitely.
You read that, right?
Yeah, go ahead.
None of that is in the primary language. That is someone else's translation of what
That's
was
called
read.
denial scholarship.
Can I finish?
Yeah, hold on, Josiah.
Brother, finish.
I made him wait. So you can go.
Right. I'm a mute.
Now I'm gonna say, if you can't show me that in the primary language and point out to me in the primary language that it says that, then I have a right to disagree with what you say. That is someone's translation and possibly interpretation of what they are reading. And herein lies the problem. You're going to show me a secondary source with a whole lot of commentary in it, not even recognize there might be commentary in it, and then argue that that's what they said. There is nothing that says in any primary text that I have read that anyone was great on a battlefield by any soldier. I've never read it. And I read close to primary as I can with the glyphs. I'm not the best at Medu Necha, and I don't purport to be a scholar. But I definitely know when I read the text of the translation, it don't say that. I've never heard any scholar, I've never read any scholarship that says that for me. I'm not calling you a liar, I've never read it. So if I've never read it, I'm not going to go with what you're saying. That's what I'm telling you. I don't have.
Well, it's not about going with what nobody's saying. He gave you the sources. You're supposed to vet them.
But that's but
you're supposed to vet them before you say that you don't believe anything. You're supposed to say, you know what, I'm going to go take a look at that. I'll get back to you next week.
Hey, like you said, A1, that's denial scholarship.
That's what I'm saying. But that's your job.
Primary source, though.
Are you going to cut me off, or can I finish? Can I finish explaining it to you?
Too, then.
Because when it was on me and people challenged my stuff, I had to do my due diligence and just come back to them with. I can't say when I was a Christian and then somebody challenged me to prove the existence of Jesus, it wasn't on me to deny what they were saying, because I don't know, just the way you doing it, it's just disingenuous. It's like you don't want your mind changed, and that's okay. I'm not up here to make you let that happen, but whatever. Do your thing, man. Go ahead.
All right, bro. These brothers been doing that all day.
Now notice, notice, A1. I did not call the brother a liar. I didn't call him disingenuous. I didn't say anything disrespectful.
No, you didn't. You didn't.
I said, if you could show me a primary text, maybe I can make sense of some of the primary texts to disprove what he's saying, because I'm not the best at Medu Necha.
But he showed you the pyramid text verse chapter, so you could pull it up.
He showed me the translation, bro.
You cutting me off? Since you cutting me off, you think you know what I'm gonna say and you don't. Now I'm gonna repeat myself, and you will see at the end of my sentence, I'm answering what you cutting me off trying to proclaim. I was trying to say he showed you verse chapter. Now it's up to you to do your due diligence to go get the original text and see if it matches up to that.
That's fair enough.
You talk about, oh, he showed me a translation. Yeah, you cut me off.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair enough. That's fair enough.
But he said that's fair. But a Bible believer, not only we got to know the version we reading, we got to know every other version. Then we got to know Hebrew. Then we got to know Greek, which is true. I mean, if you call yourself to be a scholar, so you've been running around here, Jose, all this time, and you haven't seen any of these texts that Kasai just brought up, because I have.
That's not what I said. That's not what I said.
Oh my goodness, that what you insinuating?
I said. Hey, repeat what I said. I said.
Hey, Jose, real quick. He got to show that verse on Nice.
Say it again.
I said he the same. He tell him keep that same energy about the Nice and Haran, because that's what he's saying to you. So,
bro, we so past that, bro. It's ridiculous,
bro. That's the exact same thing. So don't have that energy with him when you back down. So therefore, what he's doing
what
right
I did
now,
was I was trying to see what you were trying to get at.
He giving you a pass.
No, all I'm simply saying is, if I've never read it, then I can't back up what he's saying. I didn't call the brother a liar. I didn't say anything disrespectful about the man, God or deity. I didn't do that. I would never do that.
I still set you up with a good episode, so that way you can go look it up. You can come back, bring it back, and if it's wrong, show it's wrong, and then there you go. Boom, you got you a nice little episode. Like,
can I say something real quick?
But that's why I was trying to put you on to the game. But this is how it's supposed to be done. You know what I'm saying? Not just, hey, you go dismiss it. If you want to dismiss it, you can.
No, I'm not dismissing it. I'm just saying
it was. That's why I jumped in. I felt like you was being real dismissive, like you wasn't going to investigate this stuff. I'm like, yeah, I'm about to investigate this.
And I might not be the most qualified because I'm not very proficient in the language to be able to break it down word by word, line by line necessarily. And I'm being honest about that. I
Well, get with your mans who read the walls and get back to it. You know what I'm saying?
That's
and come back to this video and go back to the sources he pulled. He pulled sources. So he ain't just, reading off some notes he took somewhere. That's what people been doing lately, though. Which is cool, but I've just been waiting to see it as a source, so that way we can actually get a healthy refutation or get a good dialogue.
That's fair enough.
Maybe even a debate. Yeah, that's all.
I think I'll do that. I'll see if I can find some primary text with glyphs on it.
Yeah, I appreciate you, man.
Because a lot of because what happens is when you look at the pyramid text, they don't have the Medu Neter in that particular book of James P. Allen. Mm-hmm. It's just the English. It doesn't have any Medu Neter in it.
Yep. Find out what they saying, and that's your chance to swat it down. So anytime, if he's actually wrong, you gonna put the episode out to stamp that.
But Jose, you've been running around.
Go ahead. My laptop down. Yeah, so Jose Francis, you definitely did disrespect the God of the Bible when you first got on. That's literally the first thing that came out your mouth
Well, I'll say this then. If I did that and it came across that way, I do apologize.
What did he say?
Which God of the Bible they refer to? The Bible is a liar. He flipping.
Which God of the Bible?
Oh yeah, I remember the flip flop.
Which God of the Bible?
No. That's not what I said. I said
which
he puts lying spirits on people, and the Bible does say he does that. So I'm not lying on your God, the God of the Bible. It says that he puts lying spirits on people.
Can I please?
That he hardens people's heart. It says that.
I want to get back to answering this question.
And it says that in your text too. Bro, I got even Shaka Amos talking about something. It's supposed to be the Mike Tyson principle. It's supposed to degrade the person that you doing it to. Bro, this isn't new. This isn't something that I'm making up.
And you got to bring that presentation over here, man. Bring them clips.
That's what I'm saying, Kasai.
Bring them Shaka clips out for me,
Kasai. Please.
The one thing I know is this.
Jose, can you please? I'm my laptop down. That's why I'm trying to get off.
Okay.
Yeah. So
Jose, they trying to get on you. They scared to come back over here. But go ahead, Jose, handle them.
I'm just saying, there's one thing that people of ancient Kemet didn't do. They didn't lie. They definitely did not lie about anything. They didn't do that. What? They didn't lie about anything. If a man was going on ego, he would tell you, this is my ego. I want to be greater than my father. He didn't try and philosophize it and make it sound like something that it's not. There are texts that say that I want to expand my father's borders. This is why I'm fighting. They tell you that. So it's like you accuse him of lying, saying he made up a story. No, they don't do that. They don't. They don't. They're very much against lying in the culture. They don't do that. That's a fact.
Well, that's not in their culture.
Now, please finish. Please.
The lie is their highest standard.
Oh my God.
Jacob was the biggest liar in the whole Bible, and they love it and accepted it. He said he was Esau. Anywhere do you say you someone you not and you agree with that? You're an imposter, and everything about y'all and your God is an imposter. I said it and I mean it.
So yeah, as I was saying, bro, you got on here. Bro, because you were goofy, man. You got cooked the first time I was like, nobody told
you,
me.
bro, you ain't cooked nobody. That's why you ran and came back like you
my
boy
brother
Yarah.
work you, bro. I'm not even.
Your brother Gideon got work. That's why you got back up on
right
here.
now.
You was a bum. You was a bum from the start, and you still a bum. You ain't.
You
All right, question: would you like to debate one-on-one? Yes or no? Watch this. Real easy. Real easy. Do you want to have a debate one-on-one?
Listen to this. Hey, listen to this.
I'm gonna ask you one more time. Do you want to debate one-on-one?
Listen to this, A1.
One of the reasons that you have to understand why that story was told that way is you have to understand something about. You have to understand what I call the Mike Tyson principle.
Yeah. I'm gonna come over here.
Oh, yeah. Say that. Make that a whole episode.
I'm just trying to finish, man. My lifetime. I told you, he's a goofy. I don't pay attention, bro. I deal with African scholarship. This man is a goofy.
This man got all the clips on rewind, man. That's funny.
So yeah, hey, and just hold on, I just want to tell you, bro, you know I got other. That's not the only source I got that says that, right? You know that, right? Like that, James Piala is not the only one. That's just the quickest one I pulled. You know I got another one, right? So it's in that text, bro. We not finna play with that, man. Like it's in there. So next time, bro, you said you weren't trying to, but you got on here, disrespected, somebody else's culture and the culture that you like to promote and stuff. Look in the mirror before you speak on somebody else's stuff, man. Because I'm always with the sniper, man. Just letting you know.
Cool, because I'm ready to put my foot back up on your neck again. So
I didn't lie in the Bible. I definitely didn't do that because the Bible does say God put lying spirits on people. I definitely didn't lie.
You already said you're bad. You told a man you ain't mean it. Let it be, bro.
No. I meant that, and I'm not backing up for that because the book says that.
But what I'm puzzled about, Jose, what I'm puzzled about, you've been walking around Kemet for like the last 5-10 years. You never heard none of this?
Listen, I'm gonna say it again. If I didn't read it, I can't call something when I didn't read it, what I don't know. And I'm not gonna act like I know everything. There are plenty of people who know more than I do. And it's okay to say that. I speak on what I know.
No, but I'm saying this is like
I don't know. If you show me something I don't know, then I'll have to accept it once you present it in a way that's acceptable to me. Just like with you.
But if you take something lock, stock, and barrel, don't you want to know what it says?
This ain't Kemet. This ain't about Kemet. Kemet ain't on trial. Y'all on trial. Why y'all trying to step away from the conversation? You had to start another show for all that. I let it go.
Oh yeah, my bad. Go ahead, Jose. Talk to Isan because this is his show. Go ahead.
You, because you the one wanted me to give you something, so I'm going to show you what
we don't have any disagreement. So I mean, there's not much that we have to disagree on.
Let me read what you asked me, and I'll share it so you don't think I'm making up stuff in the Bible. This is all I'm using is the Bible. I don't go outside your book. That was your man that went outside the book and pulled up some felonious script and tried to say Moses was supposed to know Yahweh's name. But they said L. That's crazy. That's crazy work right there. Right here, and 1 Peter 1:2-3, it talks about having been born not of corruptible seed, but incorruptible through the word of the Creator, which lives and abides forever.
Okay, so this is another stop sign. This is another stop sign. You just completely running. Hold on, but listen. Don't you know? Hold on.
No.
Go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
So this is what you were talking about when you wanted to know about an incorruptible and a corruptible seed. This is what I was explaining, that when anything goes outside of Abraham's seed would become corruptible. That's why when we went to Hagar, that seed would have been considered corruptible because it wasn't through the seed of Terah. Now, that's all I needed to explain to you. I have another one after that. What was it that you were about to say, brother?
So what I'm about to tell you, bro, like, you obviously ain't gonna get it, but for the people that's listening, that's another red light. You gotta stop at. You see what I'm saying? Because what this brother is doing, so the corruptible seed that Peter is talking about is Yeshua. Yeshua comes from Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, not Abraham, Isaac, and Esau. So you trying to extrapolate any type of truth. Do you logically see what I'm saying though? Does this make any sense to you?
Yeah, no, I know what you're saying, and that's what I'm trying to break it down to you. Jesus 2,000 years ago did not come from the incorruptible seed, it came from the corrupted seed. Do you understand what I'm saying?
No, and that's what I said earlier before I even came on. Like, it's senseless to argue the scripture with you because you're not going to stand on the scripture. You're going to stand on it when it benefits you, and then when you can insert your freestyle, that's when you insert your freestyle that you can't back up with nothing. Like, so that's why it's like kind of pointless and just like beating you up. That's all it is. It, like, because like your argument is not making any sense. Like, it's not, bro.
Okay. Yeah, always it never makes sense to the senseless. All right, can you share my screen again? Because now this is what I meant by seed and not seeds. And this is what you don't understand. Now, to Abraham and his seed, okay? Abraham's seed. It's not plural. Do you get that? Where the promise was made. So anything outside of Abraham's seed, the promise wasn't made. He saith not, and to seeds as of many, but as of one, and to thy seed, which is Christ. Jesus, who you think was Christ, came from your line, which is a corrupted seed. Again, Laban is not from the seed of Abraham.
So, that like I said, you saying the book is not.
Hold on, this is hurting you. Hold on, so you can
all
get
right,
it.
bro. I'm about to fall back, bro.
I know you're no, come to the front of the class. That's where you need to be. That's your problem. You want to sit in the back all the time. You don't pay attention. Now, Laban, who is not from the seed of Abraham, when Jacob goes and has a child with any of his daughters or handmaidens, none of them qualify. Esau, when he slept with the Hittites, the Canaanite women, none of them qualified. The only seed that is one seed that only comes from the seed of Abraham is through Isaac and through Ishmael. The reason why she was called the seed of the flesh is because when you have the seed, there must be a house to put it in. This is why when the children of Abraham's sons have a child, that seed is going right into the house of Abraham. It's not going into the house of Bethel. So the house resides with the daughter of Ishmael, meaning everything is connected. There is no separation. There's only one seed there. This is above what you know. And this is what I'm trying to explain to you. So when you go to Daniel 7 and it starts talking about one coming like unto the Son of Man, that is not referring to Jesus. It's referring to the one who has sovereign. That is blessed to Esau's side. And the sword, which is the word, which is the spirit, that is to the side of Esau. It is not to the side of Jacob. Now, again, all I'm doing is talking to you, but I'm getting to people to hear this. These are all scriptures. I didn't go outside the scripture. This is
you're going outside the scripture. When the scripture contradicts what you're saying, you go outside the scripture.
Your ideology contradicts it, not the scripture. Your ideology. Okay,
bro, we've been bouncing the script, bro. We've been
who's Abraham's seed, bro? Name Abraham's seeds.
Okay, watch this. When the God of Abraham, hold on, watch this. When the God of Abraham blesses Jacob, what does that mean? Does that mean the God of Abraham validates the covenant with Jacob, right?
That was for land, correct?
No, it wasn't.
It was for land.
No, it wasn't.
It was for land because even
no, it wasn't.
Read the scripture, please.
No, it wasn't, my brother.
Can you read the scripture for us?
Yeah, so say, bro, I'm gonna let you and Jose go. I'm probably gonna fall back, man. A1, man. It's been nice, man. But this guy, obviously, bro, he's making all this up, man. I mean, it's crazy. It's like taking a Spider-Man movie and taking out the parts you want and saying like this is what really happened to Spider-Man. Like that's what this is. It's crazy. But shalom to y'all, man. All praise.
Shalom. Appreciate you. Have a good night.
Them boys be
You too,
trash.
y'all too, man.
Yeah, peace, brother. Yes, sir. I still love you as my brother. You just lost. Not just lost. You just lost. I'm showing you, it says it right there on the screen. Abraham, his seed. If you can't show me where Laban and Rebecca is from the seed of Abraham, and I'm showing you how the seeds connect, and I show you why Terah and Abraham and Sarah had to be brother and sister, and they fight that. Look at how they fight anything to make it connect. They're against it. But the problem is sad because it's not their fault. They've been indoctrinated. They've been led to believe something that's not true. And it's sad because they don't even know they're spiritually dead. They literally think that they're doing the work of the Creator. And when that time comes for the awakening, you're going to see a lot of sad faces because here shortly, more people are going to start moving from this lie. People are going to start to really read this for themselves because I'm going to beat it like a dead horse for the simple fact that it's about people waking up. And brother, if you see a lot of times brothers will come up and say, yo, I see where you're coming from, son. I understand. And they're not even people that believe in the Bible. And I'm not one that's locked into the Bible. I'm only coming here to talk to people that is wondering what the truth is. And then when they see me sit up here, talk to these guys and destroy their silly conversations, and then they say, oh, we're crushing you, we're doing this, and I'm using their book to do it. It's like it makes me think back when my son didn't want to read the dictionary and learn words. I beat his butt with the dictionary, and that's the same thing I'm doing with their Bible to him. I'm just beating their butt with their Bible. The brother said it was the niece. It was the brother's child. Nowhere on it doesn't say that. How do you even trust somebody that lies that powerful?
See, well, but here's the problem. You can't argue belief because belief doesn't have to be true by the definition of the word. So if they believe it can be true, and I can argue their belief.
I'm not arguing their belief, brother. I'm arguing the validity of the story. That's what I'm arguing. They can stay where they're at. That's their choice. Listen, if you here's my position. All right, you see this? I got a glass of juice and I got a glass of water. They're two different things. If you just got juice and that's all you hearing, then there's no opposition to tell the truth. But when something else comes on the scene and then it shows you that this isn't what you thought it was, you thought this was good for you, but then here's something that's better for you, and then it starts to dilute this mess, then you'll see what is more dominant. And that's the issue here.
I understand you, but do you know how many times they pull up historical text? The historical text totally disagree with them. You show them that, and then they bring up a superfluous point that has nothing to do with what you're saying. They don't want to accept the history. They're conflated 6, 7, 8, 900 years of history and still not proving their Bible, and they don't like me to say that because it offends them, and then they get more offended when I don't want to yell and scream. And I stick to my point that the historical texts don't say what you're saying. It's a different story.
But see, like I said, you got to do that because they're talking to people. That's why when I said, then debate me. If you want to debate, neither one of them want to debate. They claim that they got it. They claim that they know it, but they don't want to debate, though. Let's debate. I don't even like debating. But because I know what I'm saying is the truth, and they keep talking. I just showed you where they keep bringing up these sources. Most of these sources that these guys bring are Caucasians.
Well,
which is crazy because they claim that the Caucasian is going to be their slaves one day, but it sounds like their scriptures that their sources is from their slave. So it sounds like you really the slave. because you're taking their sources because you don't have enough common sense to think for yourself and read for yourself. Comprehension is not hard. The problem is that somebody's planted something in your brain and you can't see past that. That's the issue. But there's people that are listening that can see past that. So when someone comes to them and tries to say, well, what about this? What about this? And then they go and try to spew that nonsense, and which I just are giving people a shield that are paying attention, that don't just want to fall for anything, then they have something to say. Well, this brother said this. First thing I say, oh, don't listen to that brother. But they got to make it make sense when somebody brings something up to them and then start to debunk what they're saying. They can't debunk it. They just gaslight. Oh, brother, you don't know what you're reading. Brother, you don't know what you're reading. You over here, you over there. But I'm right in the text. I'm in your book. And then you go get another book to justify your book, but you say don't go out your book. Make up your mind.
I would agree with you. But see, once again, there's a belief that they're going to hold on to until they die. And to me, the community on a whole has a problem, because I come up and tell people I don't know how to read Medu Neter and these different things. I did a video. A man came up and did a whole diatribe calling me a liar, saying I said this. I said I don't pretend to be an expert in the language. I can read a certain level. I can recognize certain things. So what is the problem if I'm telling you that? Like, they want me to lie and act as if I'm this big scholar. I am not. I can't do that. But what I can do is go into translations and make out what makes sense and what doesn't make sense to the best of my ability. And that's the problem. They people don't want to hear the truth. When you tell the truth, they have a problem. When you lie, they have a problem.
But that's not true, brother. Listen, you have to understand, when I come on these platforms and I talk to them, there's a bunch of other people listening. There's a bunch of other people that agree. And that is my job, is to spark the minds of the people to see what's going on. Christians, Hebrew Israelites, Muslims, it doesn't matter. We got to have these type of conversation. If you're not dealing in what the truth is saying, and someone's bringing that spirit of truth, then something has to combat that spirit of lie. I don't care what these individuals on here believe. They can believe whatever they want. But it's people that are fragile, listening and looking for truth. And then when you keep busting up their lies and keep making them look stupid when they're saying dumb things, like it says niece in there and it doesn't say niece, and it says brother in there and it doesn't say brother, and then they go back and read it and it says father and a daughter, sister, and then you have to say, well, yeah, it says it, but I'm gonna let you have it. That doesn't make sense. So which means they don't have a real foundation. They're puttering around. And I'm taking their own scriptures and I'm beating them with their own scriptures. And I'm going to continue to do it. So any Israelite, Christian, Muslims, any of y'all that believe Jesus was the Christ, any of y'all believe in this nonsense, come forth. Any of you. I don't care who you are.
Well, you have more patience than me. I just stop arguing. And I just go and do my presentations, and that's the end of that, because it doesn't make sense for me to continue arguing for 2 hours about something. Yeah. And then they then you have people bring up sources and argue your point for you, and don't realize they're arguing your point for you because they're not understanding what they are reading. It happens all the time.
This guy, I'm looking at somebody named Rankin 22N2I on here. He said the line of Jacob, Abraham, and Isaac. That type of stuff right there. Certain people, they don't get it. They can't stand on it when they don't understand that if Jacob lied, there's no blessing there. There's no blessing in the lie. That is corrupted. And when I show you in 33,
That's not what their book says. Their book says that he got the blessing through a deception. So
in 33, but in Genesis 33, it says that he bowed 7 times back and gave the blessing back to Esau. It also gave a conditional blessing to Esau that said once that yoke was broken, he would be put back into his rightful place. You got to pay attention to all of that. If you don't see that and you let somebody just tell you something, why did Isaac give him a conditional blessing? Why did the blessing that Esau get is way greater than Jacob's blessing? Why does his say he's going to have dominion? Why does his say he's going to have the sword? But when they come on here, they talk about, I got my sword, or we have the sword. Well, they're not talking about a physical sword. They're talking about the word. But when it was talking about Esau getting the blessing, now they believe that would be a sword. First of all, it's a blessing. They're going to believe that sword is a sword to kill. No, that's the word that it was referring to. They can't answer to any of that. And a lot of people don't read the Bible and don't know that's in the Bible. That's why I show that, so they can go look at it.
Well, I didn't know that was in the Bible either. I didn't know that.
You see what I mean? Exactly. So now when you speak to someone, if he's given dominion, dominion is the everlasting dominion. Isn't that what it talks about? There'll be an everlasting dominion. Well, that's given to the side of Esau. That's never given to Jacob. When it goes in Daniel 7 and it talks about the one that comes like the Son of Man, he's going to have dominion. That's not talking about the one that came who was Jesus. It's one that comes after him. That is what Revelations is talking about. That one comes in the last 1,000 years. Jesus came 2,000 years ago, so it can't be him. And then they are people believing that a man physically died. Jesus didn't do anything wrong. It's these people, much like the ones that is lying to these people. No man is physically dying in this scripture and resurrecting. He's spiritually resurrected. When Adam and Eve died, this is what this means. Pay very close attention. When Adam and Eve died after eating the apple, they didn't die a physical death. They died a spiritual death. So the second Adam that comes back, he doesn't bring people back physically dead. Ain't nobody walking up out of these graves that's been dead for thousands and hundreds of years. You're spiritually dead, so you're considered in the grave. You're considered spiritually dead. That's why I say the wages of sin is death. So everybody is sinning, so therefore you're around all death. It's common sense. This stuff doesn't take a rocket science. If you get an untampered child that's never heard these preachings and told, believe in Jesus, believe in this, and you just gave them the raw story, they would tell them, get that dumbness out of here. It's these adults. Go ahead, brother.
I do agree with you, but here's the funny part. They read the book and don't even do what the book said Jesus said to do. They don't follow Jesus. And that's the problem I have. Because Jesus would have never been a Bible thumper. He rebuked people for just quoting scriptures and not having it in their heart. But they don't quote that part of the Bible where Jesus says, don't do that, you're a viper. You are leeching off of the people. They don't talk about when they was doing all those things in the temple courtyard, Jesus kicked in the door and started slapping people around. They don't talk about that part of the Bible. And that's the problem. They don't follow. Most of them don't even follow their own book because they don't read it. They read 4 books out of 66. And those 4 books don't even agree with each other because none of them was there to actually witness the event. But they don't understand that. And they
understand it. They understand it. Hold on. I say this. I believe they understand it, but they don't want to believe it because they are so rooted in this lie. You understand what I'm saying? You can't tell me not one of them have questioned something that they blatantly see as a lie, but they get paralyzed when they hear Yahweh or God. They get froze. That's why the first thing they're going to say, the God of Abraham, the God of Jacob, the God of Isaac. That's the only thing they hear. They don't care anything after that. They don't care about anything that goes on. Well, you're telling me the God of Abraham and the God of Isaac, who was about life and nation building, is now going to do what you talked about earlier, where they were saying, kill the children, kill the women. You know, where does this come from? What creator is saying kill? if you pay attention in the very beginning of Genesis, it tells you once Satan comes on the scene, he's given authority on earth. He's in control of the beast. And that's what these people have turned to. They're beasts. So they're fighting for something that's in their spirit, like a parasite. They have no clue that's there.
Well, I don't know what to tell you. You have more patience than me. I'm not. What? I don't like to have these discussions because they don't go anywhere.
You may not think
don't go anywhere. No, I mean, with the person you're talking to, it doesn't go anywhere because
again,
the book is
not
a
history
book, and we know that. So I'm not going to spend 2 hours arguing with you and frustrating myself when I have a platform to say what I feel I need to say. And I will do that. I'm not going to argue with people about it because they're never going to change. That is their belief.
Right. You have to understand, I do not argue with them for them. It's the people that are listening that need to understand. You understand? This is what I'm trying to explain to you. If you heard in the beginning of the presentation, I was showing how when Israelites, I noticed I was watching them, one of the first things they say, hey, excuse me, sister, excuse me, brother, did you know that we were in the Bible, it talks about the people brought over in the hulls of ships? This is their go-to. And we're that people. But then I just pulled out where it was a people and showed where it says back into Egypt again. Well, if you're trying to say America's the metaphor for Egypt, let's use that then. But when is the first time we were in bondage in America? Because it uses the word again. So how are we going back into bondage in America? So you're saying if we're free, we're going to be slaves again to a people?
Well, let's ask let's ask the most important question. When were they ever enslaved in history in Egypt? It didn't happen. That never happened.
Well, I got you. But in the scriptures, that's why I stick with their book. In the scriptures, it does say that they went down into Egypt. Jacob led them into Egypt. Then the Pharaoh, I think it was the second, or I forget his name right now. Then the new Pharaoh came in. And when he came in, they put them in bondage between 80 to 210 years. Then they claim this Exodus via Moses. Okay. All right. So if we're going to say that the Israelites had an Exodus with Moses, where are you getting a second Exodus? And if you're getting a second Exodus, then that's what I was showing in Josephus when Josephus spoke of them going back in bondage, being taken on ships as Israelites, Jews, to Egypt and work in the mines. And then they had captured so many of them that they were not worth, it said, more than horse feed to sell one. You pay more for horse feed than sell one of their slaves. So that's them. That is talking about them. They're trying to make them us over here. And I'm not going to let that happen.
I hear you, but they seem to forget that in the same breath, didn't they say that a Pharaoh saved them? Didn't they say that? But they don't talk about that part, right? When you
what are you talking about, the Pharaoh?
When Joseph came in, right, and they were hungry, did not the Pharaoh show him so much kindness that he became a high official?
Yeah, one of them became. Yeah, they don't. But that's what they. Here's my point. They don't understand that they can be Israelites all that they want to do. They can be in Israel all day, all night. Who cares? All I'm saying to you is stop telling people who are not Israelites that they're Israelites, because they're not. That's why when Jesus came, he said to them, he said, I come to the lost sheep that are in the house of Israel. Why would he have not said, I come to the lost Israelites? You know what I mean? He's telling, so when he's referring to the sheep, he's referring to the young who have been scattered and who have been made to believe something that they're not. And his job was to wake the people up. That's why when Jesus went, he fought against the Israelites. If Jesus was standing on this earth today, me and him would be standing right next to each other.
I believe that, huh? I really believe that.
They don't get it. They don't get it. They do not get it.
But the book tells you he didn't come to those who had knowledge. He came to those who needed help.
Right.
So all of his homies was the people that nobody liked. The ex-thieves and the ex-this and the ex-that. And that is the point that's being missed. If you are not sick, or you don't think that you're sick, or you don't need a checkup, then you don't go to a doctor. And therein lies the problem with people's logic sometimes. They don't understand that.
Yeah. Because
the
they
need a doctor.
Here's the issue. They think they're chosen. That's the issue. Here, this is ego. I'm gonna be real with you. This is their ego. They would not be rocking with the Israelites if they thought the Israelites didn't have something coming in the new world coming, in the new Genesis. If they find out, when they find out that the Israelites, first and foremost, let's get this clear. When Abraham was told, you could look at the stars and they can't be numbered. You could look at the sand, you can't number them. But yet, how is it that you can number the Israelites? 12,000 from this tribe, 12,000 from that tribe. They have a total of 144,000. This is not the seed of Abraham that is going to be the chosen seed. And then when it goes to the next verse and it talks about the multitude, then they try to come in and be that people too. But the statement says from each tribe, it says sealed. This tribe, 12,000, sealed. This tribe, Judah, sealed. This tribe, Daniel, sealed. This tribe, all the way down, sealed. Once you seal it, you can't put any more in there. So you can't make these. Yeah, you can't make this stuff up.
But here's my
these
problem.
Guys are lost.
What is wrong with African history that we have to turn to something else? Why can't we be proud of what we actually did and build on that and try to make that better, as opposed to taking on something that was never our culture? What is the problem with that? Being African is special enough for me. I would think it's special enough for you too.
Well, this is what I would say. My personal belief, I definitely believe that my family came over on a ship, but I'm looking to the new people we are made. I'm not looking behind me to relive that. We're more advanced people, but not advanced in knowledge, but we're more advanced in technology at this point. But I'm trying to get my mind back to where our ancestor was back then when it was untampered with. So that way we can be more powerful. Now, our brothers and sisters.
I hear you, I hear you. And I would agree with you. But we have to stop acting like that 500 years is our only history. And that's all we can talk about. No, a lot of people sometimes don't go past that 500-year history and act like that is the beginning of African history. Yes, it's an important time and we mustn't forget it. But there were thousands upon thousands of years where we were not that. And we were more than that. And someone attempted to make us into that, and we even fell back during that time. So we need to, yes, we need to respect that struggle, but we have to go back further than that and look at our history in a more total way. I'm not saying forget about slavery, no, but let's recognize that we have history before that and after that, and during that we can look at and be proud of, and not just look at that time and feel bad for ourselves. And that is what I think a lot of people want to do. They want to feel that they want to take that time, feel ashamed about that time, and then all of a sudden that erases all of their Africanness. And that's why a lot of people don't want to deal with being African.
Here's what I would say to that. I don't consider myself African. I don't consider myself American. I consider myself an original human from the earth, which is before we even came from there. Although my body wasn't here, the spirit that resides in me is well before all of that. And I'm waking up as I grow every day in wisdom and understanding. So I'm not coming from the aspect of a border or a country. I'm coming from the aspect of a spirit. So although when you look at our brothers and sisters that were in Africa, and I have a lot of brothers and sisters that came over from Africa, and I've been over to Egypt, I've been to Israel, I've been to Turkey, I've been to all these different places, and I've been over there, but that's not my tradition on how I grew up. So now with me waking up to who I am as a human in the spiritual aspect, I'm putting my spirit before my flesh now. And now what's going on within myself is I'm being raised by the Creator to see things for what they are and to understand them. And that's what we all need to do as an individual. If you speak of just Africa, it would be tough because nobody from Africa came here to get us. Nobody from Africa came here to try to save us. So although that's where we're from, in my mind, if you have a brother and you have a sister, you don't let them just go. You fight for them. Although this all had to happen, don't get me wrong. This all had to happen, but there's nobody, and I'm hearing them now, like if these countries have so much wealth and things of that nature, and they have land and space, then if they really wanted to make amends with us who were brought over here, whether we would go or not, it should be something set up to say, hey, let me bring my brothers and sisters back over here and put you back on your proper stance. If it's something, I mean, you have people over here, unfortunately, monetarily, they would never leave, or they would leave and build over there. But there's no place, it seems, for us over there.
You do know,
So
you do know you do know if you can develop land, there are countries that do offer you land and citizenship.
No, I'm
if
not saying
you can build and develop the land.
Yes, I do know that there's a lot of red tape to that too. Let's be honest.
Well, listen,
there's some red tape to that.
When you're dealing with a country like Africa, is a fact that there's a lot of corrupt leadership that benefit off of these horrible deals. I'm not saying all countries, but that factors into it.
Right.
Where people like that corrupt idea and all of that, along with all of these other things, play into it because at the time we're looking for them to help us, they couldn't help themselves. They were being oppressed just as much, if not more, than we are. So and even now in 2026,
where were they being oppressed? Where were they? But this is what I'm saying. This is where and that action and that stance, because a lot of us over here were being educated from what we were being taught. It would have been cool for someone to come over and grab people, take them back, and say, build, and then come back. I'm not saying you're getting everybody like they took everybody at one time, but that could have been a transition for many years where this could have taken place.
Well, maybe they couldn't do that, Ison.
Well, maybe they could. So we don't know. I mean,
right.
what I do know is Destiny says this, that this land right here is built for us. We will own this land. This is why I have no reason to go back over there to live as my home, because this will be given to us. This house will become our house. There's a transition, and it starts here in America. We will be the uprising. And once we start uprising, as this world is decaying and as America is decaying right in front of you right now, it's falling apart. One of the scriptures it says, sit at my feet on a footstool as I destroy this. This is what you're looking at. This government don't have much more time. They're imploding as we watch.
I would agree with you. But I am from America, but I don't live there anymore. I live in Trinidad and Tobago. But when you're hearing a country who was a major proponent of slavery tell you they don't want to admit that it wasn't a human atrocity, then you know what you're dealing with. When you look into the court system and they make all kind of excuses not to give you reparations, and then we as black people don't read and expose what it says and try to go with that framework, therein lies the problem. When you want to only ask for money and they give you the excuse they can't afford to pay, instead of saying, well, why don't you give us back our land? Why don't you give us back our artifacts? Why don't you send some children to college? Why don't you open up some medical centers? Why don't you do those things if you are concerned with reparations? We're only talking about money, and therein lies the problem. There's a whole lot of other issues that were stated in a reparations case recently that one or two people talked about. And no one is looking at those cases to see what we can do, if anything. That's the problem.
Let me bring it to you
from what's there in front of our face.
Let me bring it to you this way. And this is what I know that's going to happen. The Creator is not going to give us what is just due to us. We're not going to get reparations. They know who we are as a people. They're on borrowed time. They're waiting for us to know who we are as a people and to wake up. We just have all of this division going on. So you're getting to the precipice of what that is about to happen. So the awakening and the process is starting. But the first thing that you must do is you must break this religious mind, because that is what's killing people. The spirit that's inside us is what we need to, as each individual, get close to. The whole, as a collective, those that are willing to become awake, the first thing we need to do is change our foods. We must stop eating these animals. This is what they gave us. And this is what deteriorates your body and kills you, causes this cancer. They're doing all of this as a ploy to kill you with your mouth, with the alcohol, with the pills, with the weed, all of this stuff. They're trying to kill you, but they're letting you do it. You might not be dying fast, you're dying slow. So when you begin to wake up and give back these oppressors what they gave you, and then take what is truly yours. If you look in Genesis 1:28, I think it is, it says, and this is on the 6th day, every herb bearing seed will be for your meats. Show me anybody that practices that, and especially the Hebrew Israelites and the Christians. None of them practice that because they don't know what it means. They don't even say, okay, we're going to just eat this on Friday. If you're calling those who believe the Sabbath, which would be the 7th day, which would be, they would consider on a Saturday, or even if you want to be a Christian and say the Sabbath is on a Sunday. But tell me one person that says, oh, we don't eat any animal on this day. The scripture tells you that, but it's not talking about for that 24-hour period. It's talking about at the end of time, on that last day, your dietary law will completely change, and every herb-bearing seed will be for your meats. So you must get rid of eating these things. These animals, when you kill them, you're dealing in murder. And you're taking that, and you're then hurting yourself. You got to give that back.
Well, I'm definitely not a vegan or vegetarian. I don't want to be a hypocrite. I don't want to say that. And you are correct that you don't need to eat those things in order to live.
Right.
That
we
is
don't
a fact.
need that. We don't need that. But
I do eat meat. I do. I do.
Right. But again, that's up to you and your life expectancy. So you have to understand. I hear people when they say they get cancer, or they say they got diabetes. Well, you have some people that will completely say, you know what, I got cancer, I'm never smoking again, I'm never doing any of these things because I want to preserve my life. You got people with diabetes that still want to eat candy, still want to eat sweets, still want to drink, still want to do all these things that know that it will take them to their grave. Or they'll say, you know what, I'm cutting that out because I know that's not right for me. Just like you just said, you know what's right from wrong, and you said you do eat it. Now, that's something that's when you go into the point of mind over matter. Do you want to live for your body, or do you want to let the spirit live through you so your body and your temple can continue to live because you're nurturing it the correct way?
Well,
These are things you have to think of.
That's a fair statement, and I agree with you. Definitely a lot of habits that I need to cut. I'm not gonna speak for anybody else. Definitely, for sure, I have a lot of bad habits, and I agree with you.
And only you know them.
But here's
and only you can change them.
But here's the crazy part, huh? There are people who live their whole lives healthy and still die of some ailment, unfortunately, that they don't know about. And there are people who've been smoking and drinking for 35,000 years and live to be 95 years old and are stronger than
Is
you
that
and
living?
I.
Is that living?
Well, I mean, if they're walking and
95
talking and
years
they're in
living?
good and they're in good health, I would guess they'd be happy with that.
All
And
right,
there's some people
here's
who
my
are those
point.
age and they're not like that. They're minding right. They can't walk. They can't talk. So, once you reach that age and you're in reasonable and you could do that, you'd be okay with that, because you see people younger
Well,
than
no, I
that who
wouldn't.
can't do that.
I wouldn't be okay with that. Let me
Well,
explain
not
why.
you, but I would.
No, I'm just
I would
saying.
be okay with that.
No, you wouldn't if you thought further. In the scripture, look where Abraham said, after they come out of their servitude from a land, they will be given riches and they will be made whole. And then it says that they will return to their forefathers in a good old ripe age. So when you talk about 95 is only a baby from our people that lived before us, thousands of years before us. They lived to be 400, 600. Noah was 600. Adam was 900. These guys lived to be that old. So technically, we're sent to live that long. And we're going back to that.
You believe people really live that long?
Yes, 1,000%. 1,000%.
I can't fathom
if you
somebody
don't, you
living.
can't sit.
No, I can't fathom people living to be 200 years old. And I don't know if I'd want to live to be 200 years old.
Why?
In this current world.
Well, this is why. This is the point. Let me explain to you. This is why when Satan came on the earth, or the devil, who I call Yahweh, and these gods, when this one became in control, it was here to have you kill yourself. So your life expectancy wasn't to live long. So when you're living in a managerial state of under their covenant and their ways, you're in servitude because you're always under that law. When this next time comes, in the end of Revelations, it says, and when that one comes, he'll be amongst the people for 1,000 years. That's a physical man. I'm not going to say he's going to live that 1,000 out to the full, because in 2 Peter 3 it says 1 day is as 1,000 years. So each hour in a 24-hour period, when I'm looking at the Creator, I'm only an hour plus minutes old right now, because 41.6 years is equivalent to 1 hour. That's why they tell you life doesn't start until you reach 40. So you're only 1 hour old. My goal and what I'm looking to be here is at least 20 to 22 hours.
I'll say this. I always thought to myself, if we live these kind of horrible lifestyles and people are living to be 95 and 100 years old, if we actually live in a pristine environment and we ate what we were supposed to eat, how long could we actually live a healthy lifestyle? And I always ask myself that question.
Mm-hmm. And how strong would you be? How strong and how beautiful would life be if it's all joy, if it's all peace? The stuff that kills you is the stress in the food and the atmosphere. That's what the killing is. If we once this mindset change and you start living for the spirit and not the flesh, once you rise above in your thinking then you'll see better and you'll do better. But you're right now, it's the flesh that's controlling the mind. It is a battle every day. Like with me, I've been a vegan for 26 years. So with me, and I'll be 60 in less than 3 months. With me,
and you don't even look that age.
Right. And because I do what I'm supposed to do, but I need to do even better. You understand what I'm saying? You're always chasing that consciousness. You're always chasing that. And the thing is, the goal is to get people to think like you and see the same thing that you see, so you can build and say, hey, let's do that. This is what's going to make us be better, feel better, get stronger. This brother, he's doing something that wasn't even thought about. And it wasn't myself that did it. It was I that guided myself to it. I didn't know anything about a vegan. The only thing I'd heard of was a vegetarian.
Do you know that now let me say this to you. Do you know that people think you sound weird and crazy the way that you talk?
I'm supposed to.
Right. So
I'm supposed to.
if people think that you sound weird and crazy and they're accustomed to a certain thing, they might be scared that if they listen to you, they're going. Well, you know I'm going with this, right? They you know, I could understand what you're saying, but everybody's not going to understand what you're saying. Everyone
It's
is
not
not
for
supposed
everybody. Whenever an atomic bomb blows, it's not the mass of it, it's the smallest molecules of it first. It has to ignite first from the smallest part, and then it grows from the inside out, then the explosion. This isn't something that people are going to awaken to right away. It will grow. It will give people the opportunity to then, all I'm telling you to do is look into who you are. You have to deal with you, because the temple, like Jesus said, that the kingdom is within you. The kingdom is who myself speaks of as I, but myself isn't I. It's I that lives in myself. So if I know I is living in myself, and the spirit doesn't need water, the spirit doesn't need food, the spirit doesn't need anything. But what the spirit wants you to do is to take care of the temple so that the spirit can shine through you and take care of that body.
That's fair. I you know, this was a wonderful conversation.
All praises due to I. This is my only purpose, is just to wake you up.
I'm gonna go and lay down, because you know, when you reach a certain age, you had to get your sleep.
That's all right.
I think it's past my bedtime. So
when yes, sir, brother. Appreciate you coming on, brother. Hussein.
Hopefully I'll get an opportunity to speak to you again.
Yes, sir, brother. I will, and we talking all day, every day.
All right,
respect your feelings, brother. All right, peace and blessings.
All right, peace.
Yes, sir. And that brother Muhammad, Omar, well, you did nothing. You was just like the rest of them. Burnt toast, brother. Stop it. And whoever ranking 22 into Y is, the floor is open. You come up here. You can stop all that typing. You have no idea what you're talking about. You quarterbacks sitting on the back chat, bumping your gums. Any of you guys want to do a dialogue or a debate? I'm not running from nothing, because I know what I'm saying is true. So you know how to reach me. I ain't going nowhere. I promise you that. And when it's all said and done, we'll see. Because remember, the revelation comes at the end. All this stuff you talk about that I bring up from your stuff is old. And then when I speak of new stuff, that's why they say that you won't be able to understand the spirit, because you don't know the spirit. That's the sad part for you. A1, you there, brother? I'm going to go ahead and tie this one up, because I don't think any of the Christians or Israelites popping up here. I assure you, A1 just fell asleep. I promise you.
Nope.
Oh, there he is. He woke up. Yo, what's his name? You was like Lazarus. Did I just resurrect you?
You did. You did for real though. I fell asleep, woke up, went to the bathroom, came back, took another nap, shared the cash app out,
Oh my God.
fell
My
back
man.
asleep. Support the show, man. We've been cranking for a few hours, man.
Yeah.
About 3 naps in, 3 naps, 2 debates, 1 argument. It's been going. This was a heck of an episode, though, man. Shout out Gideon, Chasai pulled up.
Yeah, always.
Jose.
You know we go back and for our respective brothers.
Yes. Jose just dropped off.
Yeah, he just dropped off. Yeah, I told you I got my road bike back on the road. So me and my son, we're gonna take the bikes out and put a couple miles in. Trying to stay forever young, brother.
That's what's up. You want to do closing remarks before we get up out of here?
Nah, no real closing remarks. I mean, all I would say is go back, look at the first show, look at what was stated. These brothers is talking about there were no sources. I cited the names of the people, which again, common sense can show you what you can read. You really don't need to grab a source. And one of the words that they do use is what's that word they use? Precept upon precept. Well, if you go look that up, precept upon precept was really like a joke. It was because when Isaiah was talking, they were saying, oh, he's speaking to us as if we don't understand simple language, is how they were saying it. So you don't need a precept upon a precept. If something is being said and that's what it says, you don't have to go from the Old Testament to the New Testament to verify it because the story is being handled right then and there. I'm not going to say, sometimes you can't do that. If you want to do that, you want to do that, but it's not necessary. When they're doing stuff like that, they're trying to put you under a spell and use a whole bunch of jargon just to conflate something that has nothing most times to do with what you're talking about. That's basically what that is. If we're talking about one story, that's the story. If this is what the story said, don't take me to Hebrews. Don't take me to Paul and Matthew when I can see right there what this is talking about. Because these people came many years after them. So how could they be more credible than myself if I can read the same thing they can read? Even when and just real quick, it just hit me. Even when it goes to Malachi, when it says, and God hated Esau, but loved Jacob. What sense does that make? Why would a God that loved Abraham, loved Isaac, hate either one of the sons? Why? What is the purpose of that? The reason this God hates Esau is because he knew one would come down the line of Esau and would fight for the truth by way of using Esau as the foundation. So when your God is saying that it hates someone, then it's saying it hates someone like myself because I'm going to expose the liar that your God is. And that's what I've been doing. I just showed you how that God and how that God was the storage one who put up the rain, who stored up the winds. This is the claim of Yahweh. He dealt with the agriculture. He dealt with the corn and the wine. Your God is a Johnny come lately community God. You can't make that God Yahweh El. You can't make that God Yahweh Jehovah. That might have been the craziest thing I ever heard when he said, well, Jehovah means Yahweh. Well, why does Yahweh come after Jehovah? Why wouldn't it said Jehovah? I mean Yahweh when it said Jehovah. You got to stop letting these. Jehovah is a separate God. Yahweh is a separate God. El is a separate God. Baal is a separate God. Moloch is a separate God. These are all different gods. And the only thing that Yahweh did at the end is swallowed up all the rest of the gods. So now he is the God that is standing in the place of all the fallen gods. So he's taken on all of their attributes. When you go to Jesus, you notice Jesus isn't linked into the thoughts of Yahweh. You notice Jesus is putting away the commandments of Yahweh because he doesn't agree with Yahweh. He doesn't, I don't even think Jesus ever said Yahweh. He said, who do we pray to? That's what they asked him. And what did he say? Father. He didn't even say Yahweh. Why didn't he say Yahweh? If Yahweh is so prominent, why wouldn't he say Yahweh? Come on. Jesus was misrepresented. Jesus knew that he wasn't the Messiah or the Christ. That's why I told you before he died that when he comes, the Spirit of truth, he will guide you. He will reprove the world. But yet you say Jesus was supposed to be that one. Christians, Israelites, Muslims who believe that, you all make a grave mistake. It's all in your scripture. I don't need to go outside your Bible. I talk exactly what's in your book and I put it right to your face. Again, any of you that want to build one-on-one, we can. And any of you brothers who are talking from your heart and spiritual, like the brother that I was just speaking to, he has a spirit. He's not fighting it. He's open. That's what we have to be as a people. We have to be open. So, brother, before you fall back to sleep, I'm going to get off of here so I can make sure I can get up and handle my business tomorrow. But we definitely can do this again. I don't know who this ranking 22N21 is, talking about read the scriptures that I showed you. Bro, I'll read them, but they won't mean what you think they mean because you think like the rest of them. Yes, I agree. Protect your temple. Okay, I agree with that. Must be smoking. What? Holy Spirit to you, the truth, so you must be smoking. Bro, I don't smoke at all. I don't drink. I don't smoke. Everything you live, I don't live, brother. Trust me, that's not me. I don't do anything that's going to mess my body up. I try to take care of myself the best I can. You know, and there's always room for improvement. That's the goal in life. Get stronger, you get bigger, you get better. All right, bro.
Have a good night.
Love. Yes, sir. We'll holler and set up something in the future. See if anybody willing to come on and speak. I'm here all day, every day.
We're gonna end with love. We're gonna end with the song by Connie's son, Black Business. Remember my motto: treat your smile like your money, and never let them steal it. Peace.
All praises due to I. Peace and blessings.
Motivation. Yeah. Go own it. You own it. You own it. You own it. Are you investing your money or are you spending? You got that hunger, you come from humble beginnings. It's time to own it. No paying rent where you living. Go buy the land and you pass it down to your children. Do you feel me? Being broke ain't a number, that there's a mindset. They say it's lonely at the top, you made that climb yet. You wasted time. God no can't get no time back. You can't flip numbers till the day you flip your mindset. Yeah, if I told you crypto numbers, you would think I was lying. I heard people 35 were talking about they retiring. They hit the store, they got the book, they even studied online. About to build financial foundation, one tool at a time. I'm talking refinancing everything to stay alive. Before you get yourself a play, create a Power 5. Self-directed IRA will make it certified. You saving up for your health because they hurting guys. Got to go insure your life. That's life insurance, right? Cause all the money made in a day is just might save your night. That 401k, make it light. And if it's wrong, you make it right. You take too long, you pay the price. Only the strong gon' sacrifice. Now if I told you crypto numbers, you would think I was lying. I heard people 35 were talking about they retiring. They hit the store, they got the book, they even studied online. About to build financial foundation, one tool at a time. I'm talking black business, 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 black business. One turn into two turn into three turn into four. Now we call that community. I shot with him, he shot with her, I shot with them, they shot with me, and we never close and shop. That's how we build a legacy. Now okay, now one turn into two turn into three turn into four. Now we call that community. I shot with him, he shot with her, I shot with them, they shot with me, and we never close and shop. That's how we build a legacy. Come on now, black business, 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 black business. Questions. Can I ask what we hate each other for? See, I'm just asking. You got that passion to see your sister go. I wanna see that woman stand, you leave her on the floor. Let's try to gain some understanding before you go to war. Your spirit pour deja vu, I've seen this before. Time after time played in my mind, now I can't take no more. I did the crime, I did the time, I only bruised my soul. I had to grind, I had to climb, I had to choose my role. Have you been told that I love you lately? Been around those who don't bug you lately. Go around those who don't drive you crazy. You need a hug, my sister. Better hell with that mean mug, my sister. Come on, receive it, don't you shove, don't push me. It might not be about your nookie, and again, it might be about your cooking. Give you some ends, trying to supply some cushion. Discipline without no whooping. Known to show and prove without no woofing. Open your eyes to what you overlooking. Baby, don't that feel nice? Yeah, let me show that, don't that feel right? Ever feel what true love feel like? This ain't no pill high. When no shit they growing, no feel high. Keep you grounded, but yet you still fly. See, now I realize you epitomize everything a woman should be. And I pray to God that he working on my third eye, so I see that this world ain't all about you. It ain't all about me, but if you really giving out LOVE, so can I ask what we hate each other for? See, I'm just asking, you got that passion to see your brother go. I wanna see that man stand, you leave him on the floor. Let's try to gain some understanding before we go to war. Your spirit pour deja vu, I've seen this before. Young men are dying, young women dying, I can't take no more. You do the crime, you do the time, you only bruise your soul. You gotta grind, you gotta climb, you gotta choose your road. Have you been told that I love you lately? Go around those who don't bug you lately. Been around those who don't drive you crazy. You need a hug, my brother. Better help with all that hate, my brother. I know you deal with dudes that's fake, my brother. Understand I can relate, my brother. Only so much you can take, my brother. What I'm trying to say, don't let that hate become you. Don't never break, my brother. Let me carry some of that weight, my brother. Better cleanse your soul for it's too late, my brother. See, now I realize you epitomize everything a brother should be. And I understand that that melanin inside you connect you to me, and that sun is where we gon' meet. Like God is how we gon' speak, with the same power to build and destroy, but yet unique. See, you get weak and I get weak, and we stay strong together. We keep each other inside that light, cause the darkness harms whoever. And you only create a diamond, keep applying that pressure. My crew knew better, go faster by yourself, but we go farther when we go together. I ask what we hate each other for. See, I'm just asking, we got that passion to see each other go. I wanna see that person stand, you leave him on the floor. Let's try to gain some understanding before you go to war. Your spirit pour deja vu, I've seen this before. Young men are dying, young women dying, I can't take no more. I did the crime, I did the time, I only bruised my soul. I had to grind, I had to climb, I had to choose my road. Have you been told that I love you lately? That I love you lately. Have somebody, I love you lately. Questions. Can I ask what we hate each other for? See, I'm just asking, you got that passion to see yourself. Family all around me. Family all around me. He my family, she my family. He my family, she my family. He my family, she my family. We are family. We might have the same last name, but that don't make you my family. I got some people with the same blood, and I know that they can't stand me. I got some people I call that ain't kin, that's gonna pull up and handle it. They take care of that business like family. We come from them trenches like family. They talking, you listen, that's family. They don't tell your business, that's family. They calling your phone, coming looking for you. They say that you missing, that's family. They don't need permission, that's family. When you hurt, they can feel it, that's family. Let them come while you're cheering, that's family. Let them come when you living, that's family. Family all around me. Family all around me. He my family, she my family. He my family, she my family. He my family, she my family. We are family all around me. Family all around me. He my family, she my family. He my family, she my family. He my family, she my family. We are family. Hey, ain't nobody fighting around here. Ain't nobody shooting around here. Everybody that's around here, family. All love, no hate, be clear. No shade, all love, be real. You love them, you should know how it feel. Tired of all these badass kids. Tired of paying all these bills. Family going through the same thing, so they know exactly how you feel. They supply a shoulder I can cry. I provide a place where they can heal. Leave my money out, they don't steal. Let them have it if it's for a bill. Soldier for me when they in the field. Only way I live. Family all around me. Family all around me. He my family, she my family. He my family, she my family. He my family, she my family. We are family all around me. Family all around me. He my family, she my family. He my family, she my family. He my family, she my family. We are family. We might have the same last name, but that don't make you my family. I got some people with the same blood, and I know that they can't stand me. I got some people I call that ain't kin, that's gonna pull up and handle it. They take care of that business like family. We come from them trenches like family. Family all around me.